to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome to the Eastland Match of the Round. We're out at Montrose Recreation Reserve today to cover a big Division 1 clash this afternoon between Montrose and Park Orchards. Can the D's keep their winning run intact against the Sharks outfit, who are yet to lose to Montrose in their short history as a club? You can catch all the action from this game, plus the next hour of free game, right here on 98.1 Radio Eastern FM and streaming across the globe on YouTube and Facebook. I'm Josh Wood, joined by Just Brett Davidson for the start of free game. Hopefully we will have another panel member join us a little bit later, but we can make the most of it out of this, just us two for the pre-game. Davo?
Yeah, look, I think we could nearly have a candle here. We could have somebody bring out a meal. It'd be just like a date, won't it? Just the two of us out here with the mountains in the background. It's magnificent.
And I'm just the voyeur over on the side.
well, welcome, Lee Green, as
and that's not the first time that's been said either.
or that I've admitted to it.
Well, welcome, Lee Green, to the pre-game show.
Thank you.
Now, we're looking forward to this contest as well out here between Montrose and Park Orchards. The D's have won 6 of their last 7 games. Park Orchards are 8-3, but probably not reaching the heights like they'd have in previous seasons, Davo.
Yeah, it's something that it's been on my mind a little bit when we've been talking through the Friday podcasts about Park Orchards and done a little bit of work, and I think, and I'll talk to Paris a little bit about it, I think we've been a little bit harsh on them.
Yeah.
And we've maybe measured them on, and it is one thing that we often do, is that we measure on past performance. And we need to remember that it's very rare that you're going to have a team come from one year to the next year that's exactly the same. Yeah. You're playing different opposition at times, and they've improved or they've not improved, whatever it may be. But yeah, I'll talk to Paris a little bit about that, about a couple of issues that I think they've had. But the other interesting one for me is I have a funny feeling, and I could be wrong here, that the last time we were here, Montrose had played Mitcham.
Yeah.
And I don't think Montrose had beaten Mitcham either. And I got a funny feeling that today's got that feeling about it, that Montrose are in really good form, and in fact they're in much better form than what I've actually given them credit for previously as well. So it's going to be a fascinating contest. We've got a typical Montrose afternoon here. We've got the clouds. We've had a bit of rain this morning. The ground's held up really well, but it's starting to get a little bit slippery in areas. It's not the warmest afternoon, but it's not ridiculously cold yet.
No.
But I'm looking forward to what will be a really good contest with two teams that are fighting to position themselves. Potentially, they're looking at that third spot. They could even be looking at the higher up second spot, first spot. Yeah. But yeah, it's going to be a fascinating game. Really looking forward to it.
It absolutely is, and you're not wrong about Montrose. As mentioned, we were a bit harsh at the start of the season, and that might have come down to the fact that Brent Johnson comes back to the club, new game plan, new style. It might take a little bit of time to adjust, and it certainly clicked. Particularly since about round 5 when they got really going on that winning run. I think it is 6 of their last 7 at least they've won, and their one loss came by a point to North Ringwood as well out of Combi Reserve. So, look, they've proven and Jared Beanland had them third in his power rankings as well. They've knocked off Mitcham in that run as well. Obviously, Baronia they've defeated. As mentioned, they're yet to defeat Park Orchards, but that can certainly change today.
Yeah, and I think they've been, as you said, they've been really consistent. And again, and we'll talk to Brett when he comes along here with regards to some of the stats. When you look at what they've been able to do this year compared to previous years, at the start of the year, I think we all sat down and we looked at them and we went, they're a side that may struggle to score. But that's not been the case at all.
No.
They lost their recognised forward in round 1, I think, with injury.
I think it was LaPlanche.
Yes.
They lost him.
They lost him with injury. So, they've really had a situation where their recovery's been absolutely sensational.
Yeah,
So, really impressed, really impressed.
They have been very impressive, and they face a big test today. And to talk us through that a little bit more is the senior coach of the Montrose Football Netball Club, Brett Johnson. Thanks for joining us, Brett, in the build-up to this big game.
No worries. Good to be back here again, guys.
How's the feeling amongst the group? Because your side has won 6 of your last 7. Your last 4 games you've won as well. Against bottom 5 opposition, you must be pretty confident heading into this contest against Park Orchards.
Yeah, feeling good about how the team's progressing. Like you said, we've won 6 of the last 7. The one we lost was to North Ringwood out at North Ringwood by a point. Even then, we felt like we played pretty well that day. Had more inside 50s. We just didn't quite capitalise and fed their game a little bit. So, no, really pleased with how the season's progressing. The first sort of 4 weeks, it took a little while for the team to adjust to a new style, new coach again, obviously. And since that point, the improvement's been significant.
Absolutely. What do you put the improvement down to? Because it has almost come out of nowhere. You've obviously had some changes most weeks, but you're still continuing to perform consistently.
I think it's just playing our system. It's not one sort of single thing. It's a lot of different component parts of your game plan that need to come together. So it's just been reinforcing those continually. So it's how you train it, how you review it, how you coach it, just ongoing. And even then, I think we've still got a lot of improvement in us. So, I think that's kind of the thing with coaching. You can try and put your finger on one thing, but there's lots of different things that add up to an overall performance.
I think sometimes when you come in back to the club, or you come to any new club for the first time, you carry a little bit of baggage from the previous years of that club. And one of the things that we've talked about it the last time we were here, but we've spoken about it again, is this idea that when we looked at Montrose at the start of the year, especially when LaPlanche went down really early, we went, how are they going to score? Where are they going to get their scores from? You know, they're not being able to do it. Well, I look at the stats. Offensively, you're the best side in the competition. You've had more 100-plus games than anybody else. You've had 600-plus games. You've had 3 90-plus games. So your scoring potential has gone through the roof. Defensively, I'm sure you'd want to be a little bit better because there have been some higher scores in those 100-plus games. Your wins, you're winning by an average of 36 points a game. You've got 146%. You must be really, really happy with that particular part of the game, but especially as you need percentage, you need games, and you need the confidence to continue on through the season.
Yeah, it has been a really pleasing part of our game. And look, the way we do structure up is we do want to get, one-on-ones ahead of the ball, to let our forwards go to work, to kick a score and maximise their talent. So with that, sometimes you are giving up a little bit potentially behind the ball or around the ball. So it's always a discussion as a coaching team as to how you set up your structure and what part of the ground do you want to try and maximise. So I think the last 3 weeks or even 4 weeks, we held Mitcham to a pretty low score here. And then against Bayswater and Mooralbark, we've really restricted their scoring as well. So I think, and the message to the playing group as well is we can do both. And if you can really force the opposition to defend and therefore pressure them on the scoreboard, equally you should be able to defend it as well. So I think that's where the improvement has come for us in more sort of recent weeks, and that's what I'm really looking forward to continuing to improve for the rest of the season.
And then you look at the whole club philosophy that you would have, and I know you personally, and I know that's exactly the way that you look at things. It's just not about this senior team and getting them. You look at your reserves are 7-3-1, sitting fourth, big percentage. Your under-19s are 8-3, big percentage. You've got a second under-19 side that are really competitive considering they haven't had huge numbers because of that's just what happens when you've got 2 under-19s teams.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Your under-17s are going really, really well as well. You must be really happy with the fact that there seems to be a really good buy-in from all teams as to the way you want to go. Yeah,
and look, it's a credit to the club overall, really, in terms of how they're managing things. And I think from a senior point of view, we've played close to 40 players already this season. We've had a few come up from the 19s and then used a lot from our reserves team as well. So, certainly my mentality is it takes a squad to have success, and if anyone can come in and play the system, you're a chance to be selected.
And that's even shown today. So we look today, we've got Milton, who played the last time against Mitcham, I believe. He's only played 7 games. You've got Corey Agnew with 6 or 8. You've got Boston O'Brien with 2. You've got Matty Top with 2. It must feel great to know that you're in a position you're in to go forward. You've got some real experience, but then you've got these 4 kids coming in to the team who just bring their natural enthusiasm anyway.
Yeah, they do. They've been fantastic. And that's one of the great parts of coaching, is giving these young players an opportunity, and they've certainly held their own. I mean, young Milts has played 7 games now. He could be playing under 17s. So he's got another 2 years of 19s left. Yeah, and Garthwaite was the same when he played. He's a young player too. And look, they've come in and really contributed. So, yeah, it's exciting for the club, and a great part of coaching is to give these young players opportunities. And yeah, we lost Carter last week to a shoulder injury. We get Riley Collier-Dawkins probably back next week too. So yeah, there's still a couple of players to come back into the team, but certainly the ones in at the moment, really holding their own.
Does that? And I know this is a stupid question, but I might as well ask it. Does it make you feel like you'd love to put the boots on again when you look at the fact that you got Oscar McInerney in the ruck, you got Riley Collier-Dawkins maybe, and then you're sitting yourself saying, you know what? I reckon I could be I could play a couple of minutes on ball.
The thought has crossed my mind, believe me. Oscar obviously in the ruck's giving us a huge advantage. I think we're the number 1 team in the competition for contested ball and clearance now, and he's played a big part in that. So he's been huge for us. And yeah, look, we lost Laplanche as well, round 1. So I have dreamt of having, kind of McInerney, Dawkins and Laplanche in there, where I haven't had any of them in there at the same time yet. So, and that's a credit to guys like, Watson, Hayden Smith, Carter, who's been doing really well in the midfield up until now. But we get probably, 7 or 8 guys through the midfield throughout, any game. So, we kind of share the load in there, and again, making sure that everyone plays our system first and foremost. And
I suppose that then comes down to when you're looking at playing an opposition team, yes, you take notice of what they've got and you try to nullify the areas of their strength, but you're also looking at the fact that if you can set up a side that's got multiple options for people that can kick goals, it doesn't matter about one dropping out. If you've got multiple players that go through the middle where you're comfortable with all of them being there, I think defensively you've got a really nice group who transition the ball really well out of defence. Is it really good to know that the jigsaw pieces are there and they're nearly in place to actually go, and it just isn't going to take a lot of work to actually get them right into place?
Yeah, and that's been the thinking behind it, is to make sure from a rotations point of view that we do give exposure to a number of guys through various roles, because I think that flexibility is important for when you do get things like injuries, but also when you're playing different opposition, how you potentially be able to manipulate things in terms of matchups, or where you think in certain parts of the ground you might be able to get an advantage for whatever reason. So that's kind of been the thinking behind it, and that's maybe why the first sort of month it took a little while longer than expected to sort of get going, is because we kind of wanted to stay true to our strategy longer term, and thinking that, it will turn, and we'll be better for it in the longer run.
And then finally from me, I looked at McInerney against Mitcham game here, and I gave him best on ground because I thought he dominated 5 metres around the contest. I thought his 5 metre work was sensational. But then I also looked at him and I thought, I don't think, when you watch him on television, it's a very different experience. But when watching him live, I can't believe how well he moves around the ground and how he positions himself in really interesting positions so that he can impact at either end of the ground when he needs to, while still being able to not work himself into wrong spots all the time. Has that been impressive from your part of as well?
Oh, it's super impressive. His craft is second to none. Obviously playing at the highest level and coming up at the very best, you learn pretty quickly. And look, there was a point in his career in the AFL where he was probably the dominant ruck in the competition at one point. So even watching him at centre bounce and around the ground stoppages, he's got certain things that he can do to change things up to get an advantage. Even last week I thought, Monteith for Murrelbach, first couple of centre bounces did pretty well, but Oscar's pretty quickly be able to work it out and adapt and get an advantage. So he's got plenty of tricks up his sleeve, and he's also working well with Ty Galbraith in the forward line, and Harry Whittle comes up, to do a bit of ruck work at times too. So they're starting to, and he's working with them in working at, certain things they can do from a positioning point of view, depending on where the stoppage is around the ground and when to change and those sorts of things too. So, yeah, he not only helps us just because of the player he is and his height and his tap work, it's a number of different things around the ground where he helps us.
And just one final one. The division overall, we've seen there's a separation between the top 5 and the bottom 5, but the top 5 from the outside seems like they can win it on their day. What have you made of it coming back to the Division 1 level overall?
Yeah, it's been really good footy. The standard's certainly getting better and better, and it's evolving all the time. That's certainly what I've noticed. And look, there's not any given week. Like even the last couple of weeks, we've played Bayswater and Mooroolbark. You still go into those games thinking, we need to be at our best to win today. So there's no let up. It's a tough competition, and look, it's going to be interesting to see how the season plays out. I think it's pretty wide open. There's a number of teams that can win it. So you just got to make sure that you stay healthy, you keep improving your game, and you're fit and firing at the right time of year.
Absolutely. Well, your side is firing at the moment, and we're looking forward to seeing them once again in action against Park Orchards today. Thanks so much for giving me some time out of your pre-game, Brett, and good luck for the contest.
No worries, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks
Cheers.
there to Brett Johnson for joining us in the build-up to this massive contest as well. And from one coach, we move to the other as well with, of course, the senior coach of the Park Orchards Football Netball Club, Paris Harvey, who we got a bit out of last time we spoke with him, Davo, out at North Ringwood. So he is joining us now, of course, a former premiership coach with a former great coach of South Croydon and Mooroolbark, and now, of course, with Park Orchards. Thanks so much for joining us, Paris, in the build-up to this big contest.
My pleasure.
How's the group feeling ahead of this game against an informed Montrose outfit who are breathing down your necks in terms of ladder position?
Oh, absolutely. I was talking to a couple of sister coaches. It might be a battle of who's got the most fittest players at the moment. So they've got a few injuries as well as us. So yeah, it'll be a good, great contest, I think.
What have you made of your season overall? Because you're still sitting in 4th position with an 8-3 record in a division that looks like it's starting to tighten up a little bit.
Yeah, I always say First Division is the greatest division out of all of them. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
Because it's so even. Norwood the other week, I think we were down. To be honest with you, we were down 22 points. I think at about the 18-minute mark of the second quarter. And then we got a bit of a flow on, but they took the challenge up to us then. And they're coming too. They're actually building a good young team. Yeah. So I was impressed with the way they went. I said to Brett after the game, you're on the right track, absolutely. So just in moments that you got to get, they probably got a little bit better. And we're the same. Last week against North Ringwood, I thought it was a great game, great contest.
Yeah. And
just in moments they got us. So.
I think I'll be the first one to put my hand up, mate. How you going?
Oh, good, you?
Yeah, good. First, put my hand up and say that I originally looked at Park Orchard's form and I went, you know what, they're not travelling the way that I think they should be. And then I did a bit of a dive into it and I looked at the fact that you've had 3 losses by under 12 points. You've had... You've defeated everybody else. You've had 400 plus games. Your Rezzies are sitting second on the ladder with 300%. The one thing I've looked at and thought, has it really hurt you this year not having 19s? Has that hurt you personally because I know what you like with young blokes. You love developing young blokes through your system. Has that hurt you a little bit?
Oh, absolutely. And we're going to absolutely strive as a club to try and get 19s back again next year, and Park Orchards is built on the back of that. So most weeks, mate, we run out with 21 points, and people go, how do you do that? But we are big on homegrown kids, and the fact that we're even recruiting, hopefully for next year, we're trying to get homegrown kids back that actually might be playing at a higher level and stuff like that. That's our first priority, and if we can't get the homegrown kids, then obviously we're like every other club, we've got to try and find it otherwise by recruiting. So.
Yeah, I spoke to Jono before, and before you, and we talked about the fact that sometimes we measure teams on previous performance, and we don't measure the teams on their actual performance at the time. And so everyone's looked at Park Orchards last year, and they looked at your massive scoring potential, all that sort of stuff. And this year, it's not happening to the level. But as I've just pointed out, you're not going bad. It's not like you're struggling, considering you've had some really important injuries to really important players at the wrong time, and you've seemed to be able to. No one can cover a gun like Prosenac. You just can't walk in with another bloke and go, "Here, you're another Prosenac." But the reality is that you've done pretty well with the way you're structuring up and your system. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, obviously we're all devastated. Pros, comp medal winner last year, best and fairest winner for us, superstar.
Yep. And a ripping bloke too.
Ripping bloke, irreplaceable. And it's always hard in that regard. And and we lost a couple of other players through injury. But I always say to everyone now, this time of the year, I call it the grind.
Yep.
You got to get through the grind, and if you get through the grind and you win more than you lose, then you're a chance of playing finals and playing good footy in the finals. But everyone's got injuries this time of year. Everyone's trying to do their best to get their players up to play consistent football week in, week out. And sometimes it's hard when you've got different mixes out there running and around and all that stuff, and you hit the nail on the head. We've lost 2 games by 10 points and 1 game by 12.
Yeah.
And we're in those games, but once again, we probably didn't handle the moments in those games better than the opposition did. Northing have done that better than us twice, and they're a good team, and they're coming. They've got some real talent in their organisation. And Monty South were great too when we played them. But every team, I'll say it again, in First Division, if you don't turn up to play, you're in trouble.
Yeah. And that's the same when you look at today's contest. Montrose, if you'd looked at the start of the year, they fumbled around a little bit early. They seem to have got into a pretty decent rhythm. They're playing decent football. They're scoring high.
Yep.
You can score against them, which is something I'm sure you've looked at as well. How do you plan, and what sort of plans do you put in place knowing that you're going to come up against a guy like a McInerney in the ruck? I mean, the poor bloke who's going to ruck for you I know he's going to sit there and go, well, how do I jump over a 6'7" bloke who's just played in a AFL premiership side? What's the process that you've been through with your group looking at, he's only one player, don't get me wrong, but he can have a significant impact.
Oh, exactly. Like, if we get caught in, I can honestly say this, if we get caught in a stoppage game, we're in trouble.
Yep.
And that's the reality of it, because you have that type of player, and he would do that in any competition, VFL level,
Yep.
AFL level, he still could play. There's no doubt about it. And when you're that big and that strong and that understanding of the game better than anyone, he's been educated by the best coaches in the land, and this is the product of him coming out of that system, and he's a great player, and we've got to work our butts off to try and not have that stoppage game.
Yep. And so I suppose the other thing is you talk about the competition. The competition's fantastic because the players are great, but we also look at the competition. Geez, there's some good coaches in Division 1, aren't there? There's some blokes that you're coming up against that you must love, because I know you love the challenge of outwitting, outlooking, coaching your other coach as well. Is that something that's really driving you as well to really perform?
100%. Yeah, I really do. I actually analyse the game a lot during the week, and then I obviously move on to the next opponent that we're playing. But yeah, I look at the video and see what moves might have been made and changes might have been made, because everyone plays a little of ducks and drakes at the moment.
Yep.
I'll be honest with you. You get to the end of the year and then you see really what goes on, and you look for the matchups you want. Comes finals, and they look for the matchups they want come finals. But there is some games in the home and away where you can't do that. You have to win, so you have to play blokes and see how you go. And a lot of times at the moment we're in that mode. At the moment we just need to win games to play finals football. You know? And
because we've said it before, the top 5 on their day, anyone can beat anyone. It's not, there's no defined, or they're the side to beat. It's top 5. Try and get yourself into a third potentially, because that gives you the double and it helps.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter really. The reality is that when you've got to win a flag, you've got to beat everybody through the system just about. So just getting there is really important at the moment, isn't it?
Oh, 100%. 100%. Yeah, you really want to try and get the double chance. But double chance is interesting too, because it happened to us last year. We played our first finals at East Build and didn't get to play on the grand final ground until the grand final day. And I noticed this year the fixture's the same, which I think is not good. That's my honest opinion, because just say Mitcham on top of the ladder, or Northring on top of the ladder. Northring would win the first final. They play that at Boronia, and then they don't play until the grand final at Pinks, whereas the team whoever comes up against them would play in both venues.
Yep, and they are completely different grounds.
100%.
Completely different grounds in the way that you've got to set up structure, and even as small things like the wind. The wind at Barone is very different to the wind at Pinks, so there's very different situations in there.
I think, I honestly believe that if you're going to play the prelim final, it should be played on the ground that you're playing the grand final, because it might sound funny or be a little bit stupid, but that little bit of edge that you get by playing on that ground in the prelim final could work in your favour against the team that you play in the grand final, because like you said, last year, we were fortunate enough to win that final to go straight in the grand final, and we played the first game on Pinks against them. Not saying that we would have beaten South Belgrave. South Belgrave were the best team in it last year, and they deserved the win. They were fantastic, but that little bit of edge may, help, I think helps. So I think that's something that the league should look at.
Yep.
Absolutely. Some of the younger players coming into the lineup, guys like Zach Verpine, Sammy Presto, I think kicked 77 goals last year in the under-19s, and Hayden Campbell, most of whom have played in the 19s grand finals of years gone by. How have they settled into the senior lineup so far this year?
Yeah, they're just young men trying to find their way. We're talking about players that have played 5 or 6 games of senior football, and everyone wants them to be stars straight away, but as you know, you don't really get the best out of your players until they've played 50 games of senior football, to be honest with you. They'll have moments where they're brilliant, but then they'll have moments when you go, well, okay, yep, we'll move on to the next game. But that's reality of young men coming into quality football. First division football is quality football, so you got to let them find their feet. Sometimes you just help them along the way. Sometimes, you give them a pat on the back and they think they're going bad, and if you can pick them up, then they'll respond for you and even be better players down the track.
But guys that have passed that 50-game barrier, guys like McLaren Spiteri, who's been great to see him back on the park on a more consistent basis. James Parsons, of course, with that AFL experience. Liam Chefs. How crucial are they to keep the side going, because they're super talented as well?
Well, they're the educators of the young men. Yeah. So that's the reality of it. They're the ones out in the field. It's not like basketball. I can call a timeout and say, let's have a timeout. There would have been a lot of times in games I would have loved to have done that, but it doesn't work that way. But yeah, if you've got great leaders like that out in the park, it helps your team overall. And Parso's a great teacher, fantastic teacher. We're very blessed to have him in the thing. And Tom Wilson's a great teacher. And as you know, Tom's obviously coach of the AFL Melbourne's program. He's a great educator of young men, and very, very, very switched on.
Absolutely. Well, we're looking forward to seeing Park Orchards once again in action in season 2026 today, out here at Montrose Recreation Reserve. Thanks so much for joining us, Paris, and good luck for today's contest.
Anytime.
Thanks to Paris Harvey. We're going to go to our first break for the Eastland match of the round, out here at Montrose Recreation Reserve.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Vermont Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
Listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1
with live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 match of the day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland match of the round. Montrose taking on Parkle, which is out here at Montrose Recreation Reserve. Josh Ward here alongside Brett Davidson, and what a great chat. You always get the best out of Paris, don't you, Davo?
Well, we go back a long, long way. I think we were just saying it before. We coached against each other in 5 grand finals. So we've had a fair history. He came out on top on more than I
was about to ask
did.
that. Yeah.
I was about to ask. Is Paris Harvey second in terms of coaches?
No. He was a sensational coach, and that's what I like about when we talk to the coaches, is just getting that feel about the way they think and what they're looking at and how they go about it. Because we can ask them questions about the game, but they're not going to give everything on the particular game that we're playing. So it's about what can we get from them about the way they think about how they're going and what's important to them and what's important in developing them. And I think both Brett and Paris are fantastic ambassadors for their club. They speak incredibly well. They're very passionate about the competition. And what I think the league should be really pleased about is that both coaches are incredibly complimentary about the standard of the competition they're in. So, Paris saying this is the hardest competition.
Yeah, you reckon it was the best? Yeah, Div 1's the best. Yeah. And that was straight up his opinion.
Yeah, and then you got Brett Johnson, who has come from a higher level, who sits there and goes, this is really good football. Every week is really good football.
Came back to it because he was here back in 2013 with the final win, pushed them up into what was Div 1 at the time. Obviously then moved into Prem and come back a bit and whatnot. But and he's gone away and then he's come back again.
And the fact was he was probably the best playing coach I coached against. I've not seen anyone work to be able to coach on the ground the way he was able to coach, considering he was a key midfielder in that group. He was just extraordinary when you watched him actually coach. His ability to manoeuvre players around contest was just, you felt a little bit cheated in some ways when you coached against him, because you thought, that's not fair.
Because the coach is out on the ground,
I'm sitting there
passing
going,
on instructions.
I weigh 195 tonne, and all I'm used for is rolling out the pitches. I mean, it's, I can't get out there and play, and then he's able to do things like that. So, look, he's extraordinary, and both of them are, as I say, great ambassadors for their club and for the competition, and they're ripping guys to talk to.
Two of the best coaches in a division that's stacked with so many great coaches. You look at Nat Price, of course, Neil Winterton, and as we mentioned,
also a playing coach for many years.
It was. I think in my first year of the media team back in 21, 22, might have still been playing, but then hung up the boots after that as well.
Well, you've got Brett Moyle.
Yep.
Brett Moyle, playing coach as well, when he played at North Ringwood and coached at North Ringwood there for a while, and coming from St Kilda, great coach. But you go through them all. There's a lot of really, really talented coaches in this competition, and it's that's why it's you've got Matty Clark, who's coaching Baronia, who's got one of the best records in the last 15 years of coaching.
Guys like Jason
including
Heffernan
finals
as well.
themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. We might change tack for this pre-game because, of course, last night people would have seen, or for those that might have missed it, the finals venues were announced for the EFNL senior men's and senior women's competitions for season 2026. And, of course, Division 4 is back at East Ringwood. Div 2 set to be hosted at Walker Park, and Div 1 once again at Pinks Reserve for the senior men's competition. Wally True comes into action for Division 3, the hosting finals, or for the first time since the 1993 season. And Premier Division is set to be hosted out at Jubilee Park, which is the biggest talking point of all, with Bayswater Oval out of action. The grand final will take place there. Some finals as well will be hosted at Edwin Flack Reserve as well, which is great to see finals being hosted at a magnificent facility in Jubilee Park.
Oh, definitely. I suppose the only thing I have an issue, and I don't have an issue with it being at Ringwood, I find it hard. So we go to Beaconsfield, which is huge. We go to East Ringwood, we go to Ringwood, which is huge. And unfortunately, a lot of the teams in the division that are going to play at those grounds play on tiny grounds.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm trying to think, apart from Berwick maybe is pretty big, but what ground in division?
East Ringwood's wide, but not long.
Yeah.
Rowville's an okay.
Yeah, that's an okay. Seebeck's pretty good, but you're right. I mean, it's
South Croydon, Baldwin, small.
Small. Blackburn, small. Vermont, small. I know they've tried to increase the size, but they're still small grounds. Yeah. And they're going to come out on the biggest ground in the competition. It's bigger than the MCG.
It is.
All right, so it's not by a lot, but it's bigger. It's a really. You have to be really fit to play that ground well, because the pockets are really deep, the flanks are really wide. It is nearly a circle because it's predominantly a cricket ground, but yeah, it's a tough ground to play football on, and it does get exposed to conditions with wind and what have you in that area.
Yeah.
But it's also a great viewing area. It's got the new stand, new club rooms are fantastic. There's a great little moulding of that hill up behind the top goals, which is really nice for viewing. I believe they're going to put a grandstand next to the scoreboard, which will be great. And then you've got the what would I call it? The rabble pocket, which is which is well, it's nearly Bay 39. It's 3 times worse than Bay 13. And they have it down in that little pocket near where the grandstand will be. So it'll give a really good feel. Because sometimes at Bayswater there was a feeling at times where the ball kept going to one side of the ground and you lost the value of the crowd. But I think the ball will be in a little bit more in an area where you'll get better viewing at Ringwood.
You just reminded me of the game a couple of years ago. I can't remember if it was so what would it have been? Div 3.
Div 3, yeah.
Div 3 grand final. Div 3 grand final that drew, and they had to do the extra 5 minutes.
Oh, Waverley Blues Warrandyte.
Yeah, it was. And both times you saw the crowd behind the goals switching ends, and we saw them around that outside. I don't know if there's going to be, we won't see that, of course, with the Premier, if there's going to be that many people there. Yeah. We won't see that, but I'd love to see it still.
I would love to see it as well.
And that's the venue to see it. You can't see it at another one.
That is, of course, a very famous grand final. I think it was Will Faulkner and Trent Cullen. This is throwing it back, who were calling that game, and it went to Golden Point.
I've lost my voice.
It went to Golden Point, I remember as well. It was one of the best Div 3 grand finals.
But a venue like that it does bring out a great crowd.
It does.
Atmosphere.
And it's probably a little bit better, even though for parking as well. There's a few more streets around that you can get to. It's a little bit congested.
Certainly compared to Bayswater.
Yes. So it probably makes it a little bit better there. Is it more central? It probably is a little bit more central to everything. So it's a great facility and a great ground. The ground itself is a beautiful surface.
Yeah.
I just feel that I think the teams that'll be on it are going to have to do a little bit of a mini pre-season beforehand to just get them right to be able to run through but it's the same for everyone. So it's not as if it's favouring anybody, to be honest. And we're looking forward to a different final series, but one that would be really, really good.
So what about Wally Chew then? I can't wait for that.
I cannot wait.
Their new balcony, for me, from a setup perspective, absolutely beautiful. We were waiting for that for years.
I was going to say, that's out at Wally Chew. Well, they did that over the 2025 six-off season. There was a women's game there earlier this season. I remember watching that game and thinking, this is a magnificent spot to watch footy.
Truth be known, I think Ryan sort of hinted that it was back then that it was on the cards. So they've been talking about this obviously for a few weeks, and I'm glad that it's now out because I can shout to the hills that I want to do that. We're waiting for that venue. It is in it's another one of these grounds where the clubhouse is in the perfect position. Bayswater as sort of, it's been there for years and everything, but the grandstand and the club is right. Ringwood, the same. East Ringwood, the same. There's so many venues, unfortunately, where they get these brand new buildings. The council puts in 10 million or whatever, and it's still, no disrespect, but it's still your Tormore that's in the corner. Yeah. It's right in the pocket. And it's like Tormore building and balcony would be great for us, but for its location. So even if we get finals back at Tormore, we'll still be doing them from the vans, on the centre wing.
Well, of course, Div 1, 2 finals set to take place out of Tormore Reserve. I think it's the first semi-final and the qualifying final as well, which is...
And look at that, it's and they're talking to the coaches as well. It is fascinating. The beauty of our local competition is that you not only have to plan for the opposition, but you've got to plan for where you play. And that every ground has got its idiosyncrasies, and they're just... And it's something you've got to look at. I suppose it's one of the things about Mitcham that is so good is that it's a great surface, a great facility, a good size, and you generally... you do get the windy days where it pushes down towards the
aged care facility.
Yeah, the wind will push down to that area, but otherwise it's a beautiful ground to hold finals at. It's one ground, but all the others have got their own little idiosyncrasies, which are going to be great. And I'm looking forward to seeing finals at Beaconsfield.
It's at Berwick actually.
At Berwick.
Yeah, Edwin Flack. We were there, I think 3 or 4 weeks ago now.
3 weeks. I want to say 3, but maybe it was 4.
I think it was 3 weeks ago.
And it was a wet day too.
It was a wet day. The viewing spot is one of the best spots to call footy from inside the club rooms for us, and then you get some pretty decent support around, even on a wet day like it was a couple of weeks ago. And it's one of the best spots to watch footy from. It's obviously a bit of a trek, but it's still a magnificent facility.
And I think it's it will hold a good crowd, and it's a nice spot to park. It's good parking in the area. So and it's different. It's a new experience, and we all like a bit of a change every now and again, and this will be a great opportunity to see something a bit different, which is just, and again, great for that community.
Absolutely.
They're going to get finals. They come into our competition. Now they're going to hold some finals, and I think that's really good, a really positive thing for them and for the competition.
Certainly is. First time since 2000 that the Premier Division Grand Final has been held away from Bayswater Rowville, of course. That 2000 Grand Final was a night one at Waverley Park where East Burwood defeated Vermont. It's the first time Jubilee will host the Premier Division Grand Final since the 1997 season, and Vermont won that game by 60 points over East Ringwood as well. So maybe
Waverley Park, I didn't know that was...
I think it was just for 2000, I remember having a look.
Something special about that.
Yeah, I think it was maybe the turn of the millennium or something like that.
Well, we had 2 years, didn't we, at Waverley? I think they had two grand finals at Waverley. East Burwood may have won both of them. I think they went back to back in that situation. I can tell you now, I went to both, and the first one I do believe it was Arctic Park. That's what they called it. It was so cold, and while it was a great opportunity, we lost a bit because they may have got 8,000 there at night. I don't know what the crowd was, but it's in a facility that held 60,000 people.
Originally, yeah.
It just didn't really. You couldn't get a great feel or atmosphere for the game, and that was the only disappointing.
I haven't been there for many years. The last time I went there was for a 21st birthday because of all the facilities that were built up around it. I didn't know it was actually still. I know the Oval was still there. I know they were training on it and everything, but I didn't know it still actually had seating to.
Yeah.
But it would have been the same time, I think.
Yeah, it was. It was cold and wet, and I remember trying to get out, even with only 8,000 people. It was still impossible to get out of the joint.
Well, that's no different to how it was in the 80s and 90s.
I went.
That was the last time I went there for.
I went to the first game at VFL Park.
Yeah.
And it was I didn't barrack for Fitzroy, but I went to. It was a Fitzroy game, I'm pretty sure. And it rained the whole day, and it was wooden seats, and there's no cover.
Yeah.
And then we got into the car afterwards, and it took us an hour and a half to get out of the car park because of the mud. And I said to my dad, "Do we have to come back here again?" And he goes, "We'll pick a sunny day." And I said, "Well, I don't reckon it'll still be cold." But it was an interesting experiment for the AFL, that one, I reckon.
I've heard many tales from my dad about going to Waverley Park as a young kid. The oldest of 7 kids, and cramming into the car and leaving Waverley Park as well, trying to get onto the Monash Reef.
I think it was the only away as a family. Collingwood. My nana went to school with Lou Richards, and the only place we went outside of Victoria Park was to Waverley.
Yep.
And in her little Mazda 3.
That would have been fun.
323.
Well,
just getting stuck in that same stuff.
I remember a time that we went, and Dad said, "Well, we're not going to park. We're going to park on Gels Park Road or whatever it was, and we'll walk." And I said, "Oh, yeah, okay, no worries." So it took us 45 minutes to walk there.
It's still less than getting in and out of the car park, wasn't it?
So we left the car park, and there was an absolutely bright pink panel van someone had parked, and you just notice it because you're walking in.
Yep.
We got back, and I hopped in the car, and as we turned the car around, we noticed a bright pink panel van about 2 kilometres down the road, still in the car park. And we'd walked back, got in and got out before they'd even got close. And I thought, good move, Dad. That was all right. Didn't mind the walk.
That's a very good move. Just touching on this reserves game, it is 13 points in favour of Montrose with a minute and a half left, which worries me because we might have an earlier kickoff out here at.
Brash! Quick, get on the phone.
So it is Montrose leading by 13 points, 72 to 59. So we might go to a break shortly, but of course, plenty of games around the grounds. Which one sticks out to you the most, though, Dave? Because there is certainly some.
You've hit me. You've put me on. Yeah, I've got to get the glasses out to have a look. Obviously in Premier, I think there's some big ones in Premier, to be honest. I think Berwick-Baldwin will be a really interesting game. And I think, is it South Croydon-Blackburn? Yeah, South Croydon-Blackburn. I think they're the two big games that can have an influence on the competition. Division 1, obviously, today is massive. I also think that, what else is big today? I think Wanty South Beaconsfield will be a really interesting game of football. And we know that Baronia Muralbark, this is last chance saloon for Baronia. I think if they can't win today, I think it makes it a bridge too far to make finals. I think in the other divisions, I'm looking at the Heathmont game. I think that's a pretty big game for both Heathmont and Ringwood. I think if Heathmont win it, they've potentially got a bit of a jump then on the bottom sides, and if Ringwood lose it, then they're looking down the barrel of potentially being put into they're in a relegation situation. I think we know that the big game for that day is Surrey Park and Templestowe 1v2. Both heavyweights, both looking at getting through, and a bit like today, a situation where Surrey haven't beaten Templestowe.
Yeah, I think it's 0-6 dating all the way back to 2010 when they met in Div 4.
So there you go. So it's a big challenge for Surrey at Surrey, but I'm backing them. I think they're the quality team in the competition at the moment. They're playing the best football. Division 3, Coldstream Upper Gully will be an interesting game of football because Upper Gully coming off a really good win last week and playing really good football, bringing in another young kid from the Eastern Ranges. Coldstream playing okay football out there is always difficult. That'll be a big game. And then Sylvan Donvale, just for the fact that it's at Sylvan and it's a hard ground to play at, and they'll be smarting after what I thought was a really poor game last week against Upper Gully. And then in Division 4, I suppose looking at Fair Park and Kilsyth will be an interesting game. Fair Park a bit undermanned this week. Kilsyth coming off a meritorious draw, I suppose you'd call it, last week, and they'll want to prove themselves. And the other one, I don't think there's any others in that situation in Division 4, but I am interested to see how Croydon, North Emlock and Forest Hill go. They should win it, but they had a good game against Nuttawading. They need to back it up. They've been a little bit inconsistent. So I've just summed up all 5 divisions for you, mate. So
you've done perfectly.
There you go. Put my glasses on and I've done it.
Yeah, you've done absolutely perfectly. We might go to one last break in a couple of moments' time. In fact, we might go to a break now with this reserves game finished. 11-6-72, Montrose defeated Park Orchards 9-5-59. So
that's a big win for Montrose Reserves because they were sitting 4th, and Park Orchards I think had only lost one game in their second. So for them to get up at home like that really pushes them back into that top 4 position.
And the 19s earlier today, Boronia defeated Montrose as well, and that gives them, I think, a chance, Boronia, to
that's a big
finish,
win.
Yeah, with the double chance as well. With Montrose having only lost to North Ringwood so far this year. We are going to go to one last break here, and then when we return, the called team will assemble for this Eastland match of the round. Montrose taking on Park Orchards.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round, live from Montrose Recreation Reserve. Montrose taking on Park Orchards. The reserves, as mentioned, run and done. Montrose defeating Park Orchards 72-59. An interesting contest that was between two of the top 5 sides, and we've got 2 of the top 5 sides in Division 1 this afternoon. 4th and 5th place looking to remain in touch with the top 3 of the Division 1 table. Josh Ward here. The call team's assembled and riding shotgun. It is a pleasure to be back calling alongside this man. It's the one and only Jared Bainland. Welcome, Jared.
Thank you very much, Josh. Yeah, wonderful to be back here at Montrose for the second time this year.
Yeah.
Very keen to see how they come up against Park Orchards. It's a fascinating clash between a couple of teams that are fighting for that final spot and fighting for a final spot, maybe a double chance on offer for one of these teams at the pointy end of the season. It's going to be an interesting clash of styles.
Yeah.
It's going to be really interesting to see how how Park Orchards manage the personnel in terms of what they're going to do about Oscar McInerney, of course, and plenty of other threats on the ground as well for Park Orchards to contend with, especially given their depth is being tested this season for sure.
Certainly has been. It'll be interesting to see how some of those reserves players stack up in the seniors. Brett Davidson, a great pre-game, just the 2 of us, and but we're looking forward to this contest ahead out here at Montrose.
We are definitely looking forward to it. And I was really, we talk about what Jared was saying about Big O. That was one of the things that was so good about Paris, was that he talked about the fact that they cannot get into a stoppage game situation because the Big O can dominate in that area. So it was about how else can we beat them when we know that the Park Orchards are excellent on the outside and their ability to work on outside and run. So I think they're going to try and work that today. But yeah, both coaches gave us great insights into the way they're going to approach today's game, and it looks like it's the sun's come out here at Montrose. It's fantastic conditions. The reserves game, I thought it was a little bit higher scoring than I thought.
Yeah.
We got you 10 to 12 goals both sides, and I reckon that's what you're going to get today. So it'll be the high-scoring Montrose versus the better defensively played Park Orchards for this year. So it'll be a fascinating contest. For me, it comes down to the midfield. How do both midfields work? We know that McInerney will have the first touch, but how do then the rest of the teams match up in that situation? And on this ground, we know that use of the ball out of the midfield, especially from the ruck contest in the centre, is crucially important because of the fact that it's not a long ground. But yeah, really looking forward to it.
Certainly right, and also on special comments today, all rugged up here, and it's great to have her back for the Eastland Match of the Round in a division she knows all too well, Emily Mackay. Welcome, Em.
Thanks for having me. I'm so excited to see another Division 1 game, and as the boys have already mentioned, it's a tale of 2 different styles of football, with Park Orchards playing quite a condensed and then spread style versus the way that Montrose are playing as well. So I'm looking forward to it. It definitely will be a battle of the midfield. I asked Paris Harvey downstairs below what he's going to do about McInerney, and his response was hope. So, so we're going to see how that goes.
That's a good game plan. Also joining us on the Stats Centre is Paul Yacono. Welcome today, Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Josh. It's good to be here. It's a big contest between these 2 sides, and it's certainly going to be very interesting.
It will be, and I see our illustrious leader Ryan Long down on the boundary. He's been wined and dined this morning by the Montrose Football Club, who had their one club and live members lunch. And Ryan, what are conditions like down on ground level?
Yeah, thanks, Josh. Not too bad out here today. Obviously, we've had a bit of rain this morning. At the moment, it's pretty clean out here. No wind as of yet, but we know that does down here, particularly to the left side, or the right side of your screen, this afternoon. So we'll keep an eye on that. But at the moment, no wind. And hopefully a good game between 2 sides who've got some outs currently in this game. It was well spoken in the rooms before this that this might be a game that could put either side in the top 3 at the end of the season. So just so the context of the game, it is quite important for both sides to get a win here.
It certainly is, and you're alongside the big man, Blake Tennant, down on ground level as well. How are you today, BT?
Yeah, good. Great conditions down here. A very overcast sort of game, which is what you want. You don't want it too hot, and it's also a bit cloudy too. So looking forward to this game. It's huge ramifications. 8-point game today. Whoever wins today will really get that top 3 finish, which is what every club dreams of getting in the finals. And you want to stay in the hunt. So, yeah.
Yeah, you absolutely do, Davo.
Blake, did you say you don't want it too hot up in Montrose? I mean, I don't think I've ever used those words in the same sentence.
Well, I rewatched
here, it's freezing.
I rewatched the game last year against Park Orchards, which was exactly 1 year, probably a couple of months ago. Round 2, it was the hottest day I reckon I've seen in Montrose in a long time. And
so 14 degrees, is it what you're saying?
Yeah. I was in America at the time.
I was going to say, you weren't even here.
Yeah, he was not even the country.
I was in Miami at the time, but yeah.
That's why it was hot.
The other big news, obviously, that Brett Johnson came out with was the fact that Collier Dawkins will be playing next week, and they're looking forward to the fact of having the Big O and Collier Dawkins working together in the middle, and that I don't think any other coach would be happy about that.
And you throw in Brodie McLaughlin, if he gets his 2 more games in to qualify for finals, it is a very good side if they do get everyone back for finals.
Absolutely. I think the toss was just done. Montrose have won it and will be kicking down the hill or to the right of your broadcast. Park Orchards will be kicking to the left. Blake, Ryan, before we let you go, your tips for this game and a margin as well.
Backing in the home team here, I think they win. Probably it won't be a blowout like our last game. I'll probably say about 2 to 3 goals.
Yeah, I'm backing Montrose in as well at home. They played this ground very well. I think 2 to 3 goals they'll get up today.
Paul Ukone, who's your tip for this contest?
I'm going to go Park Orchards by about 2 goals.
Emily Mackay?
I'm going to back Orch by 2 goals as well.
Davo?
I'm going Montrose by 6 goals. I think they're going to. They're
a big one.
They're very strong at the moment.
Jared?
Yeah, I was going to say Montrose by about 4 or 5. I'm leaning more towards where Davo's at.
Yeah, I've got Montrose by 3 or 4 goals in this contest as well. As both sides into position. We've got an early kick-off once again out here at Montrose Recreation.
I know.
Montrose Recreation Reserve.
Prepare for Brash's onslaught of not right.
It's big Oscar McInerney going up against Josh Chappell in this first ruck contest as the umpire holds the ball aloft. Jared Beanland to get us underway.
Thank you very much, Josh. A wonderful day out here at Montrose Reserve, and they undergo hostilities. Big roar from the crowd as Omac goes up, but it's going to be Park Orchards with the clearance. Spiteri gets the first inside 50 for the Sharks. At ground level, it's in dispute. A rolling maul of players ends up burying the Demon at the bottom of the pack there.
I reckon it was the Park Orchards reserves boys.
No, okay. Oh, well, looks like it was...
That was...
Okay, I'm not entirely sure what's going on here.
Off the ball free kick, Tansmack dropped a little bit soft on that one, I think.
Okay, well, it was a 25-metre penalty. Tansmat sends the Demons forward, and a great mark taken. It's White, Bailey White, with the first shot at goal for the Trows.
So Josh Chappell has come out with the motion. He went up, he backed himself in against McInerney, and then he just decided that I'm going to stand up against him, and there was a bit of push and shove all the way down to the goal square, and that's why there was a free kick given. And you can't afford to give away silly free kicks like that.
No, you can't.
Start of a game.
Thanks for the clarification there. I was utterly confused. Bailey White, he's equalled his top goal kicking of 29 from last year. This was 30th of the year, and he slotted it, and Montrose get the start they want. 1 straight 6 to no score. Oh, my word. Oh, the celebration completely fooled me once more, and it's going to be Champa taking the outlet mark for Park Orchards.
Outside defensive 50 has McNarno on a lateral kick right in front of the Park Orchards coach's box. Park Orchards boys certainly getting up and about for this contest out here early on as McNarno goes short. Spiteri, of course, great to see him back on the park on a more consistent basis, having only played 4 games last year with Park Orchards, plus the 1 VFL game as he goes back to Kane Keppel in his defensive goal square. Still in the right back pocket is Zach Schaefer. one of 4 inclusions for Park Orchards today. Heads down the line, searching for Ben Monks. Ball from behind by White. Picked up there by Riley Britton, who heads inside forward 50. Schaefer's there once again. Tackle laid by Bailey White, and another ball up will take place.
He had no one to kick to then. He looked down the ground. There was 3 Park Orchards players had fallen back, so he had to kick it short.
Tap down one by Ty Galbraith on forward ruck duties for the D's. Rolls out of bounds. Keppel can't keep it in play as well. And we'll have another boundary throw in 2.5 minutes played here first quarter.
Yeah, very interesting stuff here. Hopefully I can read the play a little bit better than that first set of calls, but into play we go. Keppel gets the clearing kick. The punch comes away from Hams. Burrowing his way below is Watson, and we'll get another ball up. And this is the stoppage game that Paris Harvey was wanting to try and avoid, given that Oscar McInerney can take control from here. Gets a bit of a wild slap down. It's not going to be a clear possession just yet. And now it's Blakey to come away with it. Interrupted immediately by Montrose. Price Inglis is going to have to go hard. Watson went harder. Burying his way was McAuliffe. Crashing and bashing goes Keppel.
Jared, it's interesting you say that he wants to avoid the stoppages, because Park Orchards is a very contest numbers at the contest type of team. So to try and get out of that is, it's going against everything that they've sort of been practicing for the last year.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting to see how they manage that. And we've got yet another stoppage just about to commence.
What I do like about Orch is that they've got the outside balance, which is stopping that flow from Montrose. So they're doing really well there.
Back up we go. There's Magnano, one of the ins there. Didn't take the clearance, but it's Keppel. No, first to it. Spiteri gets his clearing kick. He received the handball from Reese, and now it's mostly Montrose at this contest. Spilled away from Tanzimat, picked up by Champa, and Park Orchards are going to send it down the ground. It's a one-on-one contest. Good punch over the back by O'Brien. He's got back up. But busting his way through. No, not quite. The tackle was laid by O'Brien on, that was Sammy Prest. And we'll get a ball up inside Park Orchards. Forward 54.5 minutes gone. Just the one behind to Montrose. Park Orchards, no score.
In their right forward pocket as the tap down was won by Britton, and it went out of bounds.
I'm really excited to see Sammy Press and see how he goes in this game. I think it's maybe 5 or 6 games for him so far this season.
I think it's 3 or 4. He kicked the 77 goals in under 19s last season, which was simply astonishing.
I think it was a 10-goal game in there last year too.
Fair effort and an exciting future for one of many young guns coming through the Park Orchards ranks at the reserves and seniors level as Montrose clear their defensive 50. Heap try to evade the Kane Keppel tackle, couldn't.
So at the moment, Chappell is being really aggressively physical on McInerney. One of the things we looked at was they said McInerney changes his style during games if he needs to.
As Blakey's handball was interfered with by the D's. Heap now in possession. Got it to McInerney, who heads to the left half forward flank for Montrose. The kick off the deck from Kane Keppel will find the hands of Bailey White, who's looked threatening early on. Heads deep inside forward 50 where Toop was ushered through for a behind by Ben Monks. And it is Montrose 2 behinds. The Park Orchards yet to register a score as Alex Magnano takes the kick in quickly.
And so it's been taken by Parsons. Such a good addition to the Park Orchards lineup is James Parsons. He finds the lateral kick to Price Inglis. He's going to have to go back the other way to Magnano. He had to let the ball bounce into his hand, so the pressure came, but good option on the outer side. It's Kane Keppel. Park Orchards just trying to play this checkers brand of football. Dropped though. The skills have got to be better than that. Monk's got the handball away to Jeffs. He was tackled. Montrose force it towards the boundary line and halt the Park Orchards progression down the outer side wing.
And that's a testament to the way that Montrose are setting up defensively. They're really covering that kick and 2 kicks away option on such a small ground. Very hard to break through with that chip style game that Park Orchards is playing.
6.5 minutes gone in this first quarter. No goals on the board just yet. They were about to get away with that clearance with Park Orchards. Champa was able to recover the ball for them to the old 1-2. Gets it back to McAuliffe. Sends it to the centre of the ground. Hickey takes the mark. It's a one-on-one. Lewis Downey has got the front position, the 1A position to take that grab. That was such a good kick. Well placed for Lewis Downey.
Just great leading patterns too, to want to get the ball calling for it over the top of the head rather than leading out towards it. We don't see a lot of that in local footy, and I really rate that highly.
And you can see why he's kicked so many goals with forward lead patterns like that, Lewis Downey.
And it's surprising to see that Montrose allowed 2 free players through that middle of the ground that were able to just easily transition the ball out of defence.
For the first goal of the game, 28th goal of the year for Lewis Downey. No. They're letting me down.
The crowd is letting you down, Jared. The players are letting you down.
They're letting us down so far. 7.5 minutes played, and it's a soccer scoreline, 2-1 out here at Montrose Recreation Reserve. As we might be waiting a while for the poor Bo Tennant's had to leap over the fence and get the footy himself.
Now, he was a star last time we were here against Mitchell. He was playing the loose.
He's gone to the netball court.
He's got to get some chips and gravy from around the corner, I reckon.
Maybe a cup of coffee as well. That's pretty close by as well. But he'll take this kick in, of course, on Boxall Hawks' VFL list. Was captain last year for Montrose, but sole captaincy is now for Bailey White, who's the other pillar inside forward 50 for Montrose. As Tennant looks towards this broadcast side. Heads in the big Oscar McInerney direction. He'll fly almost unopposed and complete the easy grab. Handball to Agnew, who was under immense pressure. Try to find Tennant on the long looping handball. A good tackle applied by Joel Tennant. 5th senior game today for season 2026. His 19th overall as McInerney flew. Couldn't bring it down with him. Around this footy is Luke Jenkins. Tries to dig it out, as does Will Milton. Not going anywhere though. The good tackle laid by Tom Rees. Right in front of us out here at Montrose Recreation Reserve, about 70 out from Montrose's goals, as the tap down was sharp by Hickey. Heads in the Downey direction. A good lead and a good grab. Has an option over the top in James Parsons all by himself. Heads shorter to Tom Rees. Parsons still calling for it. Now got Fraser Smith for company. Rees has an option short, which he elects to go to, and a good grab taken. A juggling mark, well, not a juggling mark, but he almost did a handstand there, you could say, but it's still going to be a shot on goal for Park Orchards and a good opportunity for the first goal. It might be Kieran Hickey here.
I'm really liking the fact that they could have run and carried really, really quickly, but they were very composed and with the way that they were kicking, and it's allowed for some really nice lead-up targets. So if they're going to keep doing this for the rest of the game, it'll be really contentious for this for Montrose.
I think they had to then, because Bo Tennant was a one out by himself. He pushed right deep and stopped them from going long. So good play by both sides.
Hickey comes in from outside the arc. He'll kick from on that trusty left boot of his, fades to the left.
Trusty left boot and another behind.
2 behinds each, and we've played 10 minutes. For Yukone in the Stats Centre.
Yeah, the inside 50s are even at the moment, 4 apiece, and Park Orchards lead the clearances 4-2.
Eels took the mark out of defence. He sent the ball forward. It's on the attacking side of the wing now for Montrose, but it's mostly Sharks. Monk's buried. Great tackling there by Smith. That's Hayden Smith, the former Basin man.
Interesting that Park Orchards are ahead on the clearances. I mean, just because you do have a dominant ruck in McInerney for Montrose doesn't necessarily mean you're always going to win that clearance.
Absolutely. That last clearance sort of in this sort of area, that was really well won by Hickey. This time it's going to be won by Park Orchards again, but only briefly.
Again, it's a testament to they've got enough players on the inside and the outside balance to support.
Yep. There's Vipond wrapped up. Ooh, trying to burst through. No, not going anywhere.
And at the moment, although it's just changed, they were playing a +1 at defence, Montrose, but they're now evened up. Park Orchards and brought a player up.
Took it on the outer side. Great smother in the end, and it's just been taken over the boundary line.
It's probably because they're not able to capitalise on McInerney yet, so they're losing it at the source. There's no point of having a +1 in the back line.
Tackles are 8-7 in favour of Montrose.
A bit of a tackle-heavy game so far. McInerney got that tap down. The ball been fed out. Hickey working hard at the contest. Hams tried to break through. His kick was disrupted. Good tackle laid by Spiteri. Corner of the square. Attacking side for Montrose. Still two behinds apiece. 11.5 minutes gone in this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. McInerney just says, I'll do it myself. He threw it to Hayden Smith, and Park Orchards will take the free kick.
It was a good throw, though.
Do you reckon we're going to see more of McInerney trying to take the game on himself, similar to a Begg style?
Yep.
Trying to cut through the corridor of Park Orchards with the kick there from Whittoff, but Intercepted by Montrose. Hayden Smith bouncing ball. Scooped up easily enough, though, on the outer side by Keppel. Bryce Inglis has got some space to work in at the boundary. Just came a little too quickly for him.
Looks like Montrose are bringing their forwards up into contest as well to try and win the ball, but Orchard having a really great time having all those players out back. They're still playing 6-person defence.
Interesting as well that Kane Keppel is playing that sort of loose player in defence. He isn't at the moment. And of course, he is capable of impacting the scoreboard or playing anywhere across the ground. As we have another ball up. Wittoff almost won it from behind. It's Watson who sharks it, wheels around, heads to the far side wing where Spiteri put on a good bump. Couldn't complete the grab though, or didn't even really get near it as ball's pinballing around. Ridley around this. Tackle laid by Keppel on Joel Tennant, who, as mentioned, is one of 3 inclusions for Montrose today. Looked lively at times since he's come on in Montrose's attacking half, but hasn't really had an opportunity to take a clean possession. Oscar McInerney almost made something out of nothing there. Still got it to Hams, who heads inside forward 50. Tanzimat's going to get a holding free kick. And Isaac Tanzimat, he knows how to find the goals. 59 goals across his senior career. Of course, a former Eastern Ranger, a former East Ringwood under-19s player as well. He can go back and potentially kick the first goal of this Eastland match of the round, but who knows with the kicking that has been on display today so far in front of goals.
I'm confident. There you go. I'm confident.
As he comes in now, 20 metres out, nails it.
Wasn't exactly a big call from me. He was 20 metres out and he was on about a 33-degree angle, I believe.
I think that's the correct angle.
I think he was fine to kick that one.
But it's 1-2-8 Montrose. Park Orchard's two behind, and we've played just under 14 minutes here in the first quarter.
For context for listeners, ever since joining the media team, I've kind of expected that if we're going to talk about angles, that they are quite accurate rather than just a random number that people think of.
And 43.2-metre arcs as well.
Oh, that is the North Ringwood 50-metre arc for anyone that's interested.
Which means when it comes to angles for me, I'm just not going to talk about it.
Well, I think we might need Blake or Ryan to go out there with a protractor, but at this point, no clearance.
Can we do that pre-game and then just have them on the 50-metre line? There's a game on, let's go.
Yeah, Montrose sending it forward once again. Spoiled, but front and centre. Oh, Taj Heap. Flying shot at goal, but...
Great crumbing, really. It's been a very good game skill-wise. Each team has to capitalise on the errors of the other. That's how they getting scoring opportunities. And
they're about to again at Montrose. No, it was well done by Vipond. Read the punch well, and it's come now to Monks. 2-on-2 inside the forward line for Park Orchards. But Fraser Smith does what he has done for years and read that to perfection. Kicks it out to the outer side, but it was a little too hot for Taj Heap.
Isn't that handy having Bo Tennant and Fraser Smith in the same defensive half as well?
It's something that they've really planned really well this year.
Eels as well over there. Frith out today, but another great defender for the Demons as they will try and escape this contest with a high up and under. It was well roved though by Park Orchards. Disrupted in the end. Turnover. They're running it through hands now, the Demons. Flying shot at goal. It missed Galbraith and trailed away for a behind. Or was it out in the full, perhaps?
It looks like there's a +1 defensively for both teams.
Yes.
So it means that a lot of these scoring opportunities are going to start having to come from the 50-metre line rather than a target in the middle because there's an outnumber on both ends.
Montrose 1-4-10, leading Park Orchards 2 behind. 16 minutes gone. First quarter of this Eastland match of the round. Thank you for tuning in on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming across the globe on Facebook and YouTube as Magnano went to Keppel in the right back pocket. Dangerous kick searching there for Kiara and Hickey who forced the contest. Ridley's there on the ground. Whittle forced the turnover to Tennant who's going to be pinged. Good pressure from the Sharks who look to take the advantage through Hickey. Bryce Inglis heads inside forward 50 because he's got a one-on-one. That one being Hayden Campbell but was outbodied by his Montrose opponent who heads to this broadcast side. Fraser Smith took the grab. The former Croydon skipper, of course, played in 2 grand finals with the Blues at this level and at the Division 2 level a couple of years back as well as he heads for Bailey wide. This ball came in, and there on the ground was Zach Verpon. Heads back to Livingston. Into the middle he goes because he's got Liam Jeffs in a paddock. Heads inside forward 50. Will Downey get the free kick? No, he won't. Plenty of numbers on the ground for both sides. Hams was run down by Lewis Downey and Sammy Preston. Another ball up will take place. Inside forward 50 for the Sharks.
Again, that movement through the middle with that short kick in has really been good from Park Orchards. They just haven't been able to hit the target inside 50 at the moment.
As we'll give that tap down to Josh Chappell. The kick out of the congestion, heads to a dangerous spot for Montrose. They do well to repel, albeit temporarily. Hickey on the right boot. Bounce favours Prest, who dribbles it but can't get it through, and it's rushed through for a behind there by Boston O'Brien in his third senior game. It's Park Orchards 3 behinds to Montrose 1-4-10, 17.5 minutes gone for the first quarter.
Tell you what, I'm loving the physical contest. It's a really, really good game at the moment when it comes to the attack on the football. And here we go with Chappelle and our mate Mr. McInerney out here again.
Eels is going to try and spot up Hayden Smith. It was touched apparently, so his kick was under a lot of pressure. Willing contest at the ball at this point. Great tackle laid by Top. 2. And Liam Taylor came off second best in that situation. He's fine though. Hayden Smith trying to rove the McInerney tap, sends it backwards, high up and under for Montrose. A daunting prospect for anyone underneath that. Dropped it. And now Montrose able to scoop it up, fire it out. They're sharing it through hands. It's ended up with Bailey White. He's got the forward handball option on, and it's Tennant. Joel Tennant to slam home the second for Montrose.
Well, that's what they've been able to do recently, Montrose. Their forward running work has been exceptional this year, and they were able to hurt Park Orchards out of the contest then with some great hands and great running.
Well, and that came from stoppage as well. So they've got someone at the back in that sweeper type role, and they've done it a few times. That's the first time a goal's come from that contest, which has then enabled those hand passes that you're talking about there, Davo.
Yep.
Best passage of play so far today as well, that was. Ends in the hands of Joel Tennant, and as mentioned, he's looked lively, hasn't had a properly clean possession, but has still been able to impact the scoreboard with what is his 10th senior goal as well, his second of season 2026. And it is the D's now out by 13 points as we near time on in the first quarter. Chappell won that down. Keppel's around this footy, applies the tackle there on Riley Hams. As we go down boundary side, or maybe not, because we got the accidental signal as this ball's thrown back up.
I think that's known as a butt dial.
I think it is.
Good chat, we're done. Moving on to the game here. Let's go.
There he is as Hams tries to take clean possession from the congestion. More tackles being laid. McInerney wants a piece of Chappell there.
So Montrose pushing that player behind the contest like you keep talking about.
Yeah, so they've got one, I think it's their winger that's a little bit further out, whereas Orchard probably they're more manned up on players than anything.
McInerney won that down, nearly took it out of ruck. Somehow got a handball away. Spills out now to Mason Blake, who got it to Jeffs. Quick handball away, was trying to find his teammate in Zach Verpine, but it's a turnover ball. Tennant got it to Watson, back to Tennant. Rode the tackle, got the handball back to Eels, so he heads with a high up and under ball. The fly will come. Mark will be paid to Kane Keppel.
That's a good mark under pressure, that one.
Yeah, that was great. The downside of having that +1 is that Orchard's +1 is in the middle of the ground. So if they do get the ball here, I mean, they've manned up now, but that's going to be on the turnover, the way that they're going to punish them if they do get the ball.
Jeffs' kick was a grubber. Tennant, though, has given away a push in the back free kick. And it's going to go to Christian Chiampo, who chips it over the top to Blakey, out of bounds on the full.
They've just let themselves down with that kick inside 50 each time.
As Watson looks to play on immediately, gets this ball back from Tennant. It's like they're playing their own game at the moment, Tennant and Watson, as he goes down the line to Bailey Wide, inboard to Hams. Hams can go inside forward 50 because he's got a couple of one-on-ones. Toop in front position. Flew couldn't complete the grab. Galbraith's there on the ground. Umpire signals a goal.
Was that the wait because you didn't want to call it too early?
I think
that absolutely was.
So, last time we were here, when Montrose were playing Mitcham, I spoke about the cage, and the cage is just in front of the square, being that is, if you're going to bomb the ball in a forward 50, you want the ball to go into the cage, and that was a great representation of, even if you don't take the mark, it's easy to come and get a goal from that. So it was really, really great forward 50 entry, nice and deep, and obviously, that's the result there.
But even their positioning, knowing that it was going to be there, was really good. Sometimes you can be in the wrong position. They had 3 good runners in that area to be able to use the ball hitting the ground. It was really good, really impressive.
Back into the centre. Up go the secondary ruckmans this time for each team. Ball squeezes out. Umpire's called a high free kick, and you can see why. Bit of a slap on the face there of the Montrose player. Passes it off, I believe it was Galbraith. And now the kick inside forward 50. Omax down there. What a obstacle for Park Orchards to try and contend with, but the ball's built free. Whithoff laid the tackle.
Orchard going to have to do something about the sweeper or the person that's running from behind, because that's where they're getting absolutely smashed in contest.
Up we go again. Over the top. Oh, Whithoff. Good attempt, but he gave away the free kick. Oh, what else are you meant to do?
He's at the climb about 20 rungs.
He tried to climb the man like a tree.
That is hope.
That is hope. That is hope.
And this is the value of McInerney, isn't it? It's not just his ruck work and craft. It's his ability to go forward and really puts pressure on the opposition, because they know he can not only mark, but he can bring the ball to ground when he's in that area.
Oscar McInerney to kick the 4th goal for Montrose. We're deep in time on in this first quarter. He comes in. Oh, no, not quite. Not the result we would have expected. Montrose moved to 3-5-23. Park Orchards, that was a let-off.
I was going to say, if someone could get up the stats from last game, because I don't think he was that accurate in the Mitcham-Montrose game either.
I was going to say, if he got it, it'd be one of a few rucks that gets a goal.
His goal kicking has been very below average for Oscar. So I think he kicked 0 goals 3 last week, 2 behinds. So he's been all over the joint, but he's playing pretty solid.
It's a long way for the ball to be dropped down to his foot too. That's why.
Park Orchards have advanced this to centre wing, where it's cut off by Fraser Smith. Jordan Neals will take the grab.
Literally, I teach a lot of kicking, and my players at the Dragons, the ruck, it's so hard to teach because there's such a big distance with the drop.
It is. He's in play here is Big Oscar. Didn't fly in the end, as Taylor's under a bit of pressure, as is Tyrone Galbraith. Livingston almost was like a backpack on Ty Galbraith there. Have a ball up. McInerney against Whithoff. McInerney outbodies Whithoff, who still won the tap down. Milton around this, as is Kiaran Hickey, who's been good in midfield for the Sharks. Plenty of pressure being applied from them as they get the handball away to Jeffs. Jeffs has Downey in a one-on-one, tries to slap it back smartly to Jacob Price-Inglis. Now up against 3. Montrose do well to usher that over the boundary line. Liam Bowden there.
Downey knew there was plenty of space behind him, so he tried to get the ball into that space for Price-Inglis to run into, but just didn't get the purchase.
Ball thrown back into play. McInerney front position and the tap down to Agnew. Agnew's handball away, won't find Jordan Neals, who spilt it. Ball up.
I mean, that's a Park Orchards game, really, is it? It's condense it at the contest or in the middle of the ground and then pop the ball forward. And they actually do like to go quite over the top as well. So it makes sense that this is happening. It's just Montrose are just so good defensively. Makes it hard.
They are holding up well. Only conceded the 3 behinds today as McInerney won it down. Heap couldn't get a clean kick away. Champa around this, as is Riley Hams. He's just happy to clear his defensive line and get some territory from Montrose as we might... As B. Tennant has a touch of the footy.
That was a throw, though. I mean, come on.
We might go down to the boundary shortly as Oscar McInerney and Whithoff duel again. It's McInerney who won it down, spills to Milton, who heads inside forward 50. Couple of one-on-ones, including 2. Bailey White's around this like a cat on the ground, but he still can't take clean possession, and Park Orchard's gone clear from defence. McInerney could have gone for the grab and decided to go with the spoil, and it could open up the possibilities for Park Orchards. Sammy pressed inside forward 50 as the quarter-time siren sounds. And a good opening term from the D sees them lead 3-5-23 to Park Orchards, 3 behind. Your major goal kickers, all singles, Tyrone Galbraith, Isaac Tanzamat and Joel Tennant for Montrose. We're going to go to a break here. When we return, we'll have one of the coaches and bring you the second quarter of action in the Eastland match of the round. Montrose taking on Park Orchards.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastland Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds even in winter absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Montrose Recreation Reserve. Montrose leading Park Orchards in this week's edition of the Eastland Match of the Round, or today's edition of the Eastland Match of the Round. 3-5-23 to Park Orchards, 3 behind. Josh Wood here alongside Jared Beanland, Brett Davidson, Emily Mackay, Paul Yacono. We've got Ryan Long and Blake Tennant down on the boundary. Hopefully we'll be able to get an interview from one of those two shortly. But Paul Yacono, I'm going to go to you first for some scores around the grounds.
Yes, in Premier Division, Berwick 3-3-21 lead over Balwyn 1-8. Blackburn lead over South Croydon. Blackburn 4-3-27 to South Croydon 2-5-17. East Burwood 2-3-15 lead over Noble Park 1-8, and Donny East lead 6-2-38 over South Belgrave 3-20.
Some interesting scores there. The Berwick Balwyn one is, of course, a major talking point with implications on 5th spot, particularly on the table as we go to Division 1, Paul.
In Division 1 at the moment, North Ringwood 1-3-9 lead over Bayswater yet to score. Bayswater lead 2-4-16 over Mooroolbark 2-12. Mitcham 3-2-20 lead over Norwood 3-1-19, and Wanney South lead 5-3-33 over Beaconsfield 2-1-13.
Not too many surprises. Division 2, Paul?
In Division 2 at the moment, East Burwood 4-24 lead over Croydon 1-3-9, Heathmont 1-5-11 lead over Ringwood 3 behinds, Mulgrave 6-3-39 over Scoresby 2-2-14. Surrey Park lead 4-2-26 over Templestowe 3-4-22. And Lilydale lead 3-3-21 over Waverley Blues 2-7-19.
Division 3?
In Division 3, Donval 3-3-21 lead over Sylvan, 3-2 Twentye. Knox lead 4-3-27 over Ferntree Gully, 2 straight 12. The Basin lead 1-8-14 over Oakley District, yet to score.
And in Division 4, what updates do we have from there?
In Division 4, Bulleen Templestowe lead 3-6-24 over Doncaster 1-1-7. Croydon North Emlock lead 5-5-35 over Forest Hill 1-2-8. And Warrandyte lead 8-2-50 to Nunawading 2 behinds.
Let's go down boundary side. Ryan Long's got Paris Harvey alongside him.
Yeah, I've got Paris. I thought it was a pretty quarter despite the score at the end of the day. It was pretty and you were able to get inside 50, probably to deliver that cost you in the end.
Yeah, our connection to the 450 wasn't the best, so that's probably what held us up in that game. But they made the most of the opportunities, and hopefully we can do the same this quarter.
Normally out here at Montrose Recreation Reserve, a lot of the goals are kicked down to this end of the ground, so it's a big opportunity this quarter. Anything changes in this quarter, or sort of just stick to the process of what you had in the first term?
Yeah, I think our ball movement was pretty good in that quarter, but I've got to come off it. Yeah, I think it's pretty good, but hopefully we can get some goals. So there we go.
All the best for the second term.
Thanks there to Ryan Long. We're about to get underway for the second quarter of action out here. We'll go down to Blake Tennant shortly as the umpire holds the ball off. Jared Bainland to get us underway.
Thank you very much, Josh. Chappell versus McInerney once more. They resume hostilities. McInerney gets it to the deck. And Smith was there. Hayden Smith brought to ground. Secondary ball up. If you've just joined us, Montrose 3-5-23, Park Orchards just the 3 behind. Second quarter action, Division 1 action on the Eastland match of the round. No clear air there for Taj Heap as Park Orchards were able to get the kick to centre half forward, but he's given away the free kick as Sammy pressed, unfortunately, and Montrose will take this forward. Blake.
Yeah, just down at the Montrose bench. Pretty happy down there. Brett Johnson was pretty happy with the pressure, and he asked the group the question about this Park Orchards team. Montrose haven't beaten them, so they've definitely ticked the box that quarter, but yet again there's 3 quarters to go in a game of footy, so pretty happy down at Montrose.
Thank you very much for that, Blake, as it was a kick forward by Montrose that just trailed out of bounds. Now we've had the contest and Montrose have got it inside 50. The stopper for Park Orchards was there, and that was Ben Monks, the former Doncaster man. McInerney gets an authoritative fist down to his teammate there. Bouncing ball. McCall left the man on the goal line just to halt that goal for Montrose. Just the one behind. They're at 3-6-24. Park Orchards 3 behinds, and yet another entry for Montrose. Just doesn't quite come off for them. Park Orchards defending well enough so far.
Jeez, he's capable of doing anything, is the big O. Nearly somehow bounced that goal through. As Josh McAuliffe is on kick-in duties with that raking left boot of his. Elects to go through the middle, in fact, of Montrose Rec Reserve, where Hams couldn't complete the grab. Parsons with the backwards handball, intercepted by Eels. High up and under kick inside forward 50. Crashing the pack there was Bailey White. Reese got it to Chappell. Chappell handballed it to his teammate who was under pressure immediately. That was Ben Monks, and we'll have a ball up. In the centre square here at Montrose Recreation Reserve.
Park Orchards' game is very generally hand-pass heavy, and they haven't been able to execute. The compliance for Montrose to seal at the contest is very good, and it's not allowing Park Orchards to move the ball very much at all.
As McInerney won the secondary tap down, in a sense, that is Park Orchards gaining the territory before Hayden Smith intervenes. Looping handball trying to find McInerney, nearly stolen away from him by Tanzamat. Bo Tennant locked up at the left half forward flank, and another ball up will take place in attack for the D's.
Chappell is just all over McInerney, sorry.
They're getting quite vociferous down there, are the Park Orchards faithful, as Hayden Smith put on the don't argue. Kick was smothered by Tom Rees. Spoiled out of bounds in the end by Kieran Hickey, and we'll have a boundary throw-in.
You were saying earlier, Josh, he's taking his headset off.
Spearing ball from Hickey to Champa. Park Orchards working this one through kicks. Mark's been taken by Blakey. What options does he have up forward? They really need to find one here, as the connection between mids and forwards hasn't been great, as Paris Harvey alluded to. Lewis Downey took the mark, but he's still about 50 metres from goal. And it's a saturated forward line now that he has to contend with. Top of the goal square. Big mark! Great grab brought down, and Park Orchards are going to line up for their first.
Is that almost the only
semi-pressed
option for them? There was, I think, 13 or 14 Montrose players in that defensive 50. What else are you going to do?
Absolutely.
They're very good at their short chip kicks, the 20-metre trigger kicks, which is how they move the ball down. But once they're in the forward line, you can't do that. You're going to have to rely on semi-press to take screamers now.
No stranger to the goals. He kicked 77 goals in the under-19s last year. Made his senior debut that year as well, and he's slotted one home for Park Orchards. They get their drought breaker, and finally we can see some combat here on the scoreboard from the Sharks.
Fun fact, semi-press was in my under-16s Eastern Rangers squad.
I thought he was Oakley Chargers as well, semi-pressed, or was he Eastern Rangers?
Rangers. Or maybe,
Just to your point,
18s was.
That was the one thing that was talked about at the quarter-time huddle, was their inside 50 entry, their options, and that's something they're certainly going to look forward to improving in this second quarter.
I mean, if you can get it pressed on the third defender, that's a good option, because he is nice and strong overhead.
As Oscar McInerney, speaking of strong, just took matters into his own hands. Got the kick with one hand away. Pressure being applied there by Joel Tennant, who got a handball away. There to Corey Agnew, inboard searching for Bo Tennant, who has to apply the tackle. Kick off the deck there from Luke Jenkins. Will reach Harry Whittle. Kick was smart there. Tennant was put in a coat hanger and gets the high free kick. Does Joel Tennant. He's got an option inboard, and Riley Hams decides to go one more lateral kick. Riley Britton, of course, the former Croydon man, heads inside forward 50. McInerney parked underneath this! And the Big O clunks a massive grab.
Well, he didn't actually get off the ground.
No, his feet
He just put his hands up in the air and took a magnificent grab.
And he handballed it immediately to Bailey White, who kicks the goal and re-extend Montrose's advantage to 21 points. 4-6-30 to Park Orchards 139.
Was the hand pass because he didn't back himself to kick a goal?
I was just thinking that, actually. I was just thinking.
Oh, dear.
He was about 20 metres closer.
But is that going to be the key difference, is that Montrose have a McInerney that can, take those really big marks, and, Park Orchards have talls, but not as tall as McInerney.
No.
It's so tightly contested, this game. It's a great game of football. It's really skill errors and turnovers, and, whoever can get some good marks in the forward 50s.
It is really moments, isn't it? This is a real moments game at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's McInerney this time to get the tap down. Trying to win it there was Milton. Wasn't able to do so, and it's Park Orchards now. Spiteri on the outside. The handball over the top. It was under a lot of pressure. Milton read it well and got tackled by Ciampa. Up we go again. McInerney gets the tap. I'll be saying that a lot, I'm sure. Foraged out by Montrose. It wasn't into clear air, but Whittle met it well. Now it'll be a kick to centre half forward. The flying fist from McAuliffe didn't do anything for Park Orchards. It's been picked up by Galbraith, and he was tackled. Ball up.
No, I really don't think the scoreboard is reflective of the effort that Park Orchards is putting in.
I agree,
It's just
100%.
the conversion.
Yep.
The thump forward. Magnano and McAuliffe are going to have to be good. It completely thwarts their man, Tanzimat. Ball still in dispute, picked up by Whittle. He could go for goal here. Oh, it's a hammer blow for Park Orchards. Montrose get another one as the game just starts to slip away from them.
So, interesting. I commented in the last quarter that Montrose were using more of those sweepers and the back hand pass, whereas this game here, they're tapping the ball forward and just getting distance. I don't know whether it's just because they're on the other side of the ground, whether that makes, as in they're going on different sides, it makes a bit of a difference. But it's working really well for them at the moment. They're just able to run onto the ball in this quarter.
It is, and they're benefiting on the scoreboard with a 27-point advantage at the 8-minute mark of this second term. As ball's thrown back up. McInerney again took it out of ruck. Heads inside forward 50. Tanzimat in a one-on-one. McAuliffe did well. Slaps it back. Still plenty of pressure being applied there on Harry Whittle.
I I don't think he'd be too happy with the tap back from the back line when you're in the back line to do that. Grab the footy and take the tackle.
It was just blind, wasn't it?
Yep.
There's McInerney, yet another hit out. We'll get this footy, go on to the left, head to the goal square. It's a touched footy and it'll be rushed through for a behind.
So one of the key differences also with that change of setup in the centre is that they're pushing their high half forwards up and then just bombing into, relying on their 3 forwards. So it's just a lot more space with this way of, or style of play that they're playing in this quarter.
Alex Magnano, one of the ends here. He's forced to go a very short chip into the pocket. Mark taken by Taylor. Taylor will send it to the centre of the ground. They're trying to go the corridor here, but Hams was wise to it. Fed the handball back out, and it's Bowden under a lot of pressure, overwhelmed by Park Orchards. Tackled. Can he get rid of it? Umpire calls play on. Ball, I have no idea where it is.
And that's what Park Orchards do really well. They flood forward, so they all condense in the middle, flood forward, everyone's coming through. I mean, unlucky it's resulted in a ball up, but that's the style of footy we like to see.
Attacking edge of the square for Park Orchards. Whistle's gone. And it's a free kick. It was passed off from Widoff, and now it's come to Parsons to fire away at goal. Yes, there's one that Park Orchards needs just to stay in touch with the Demons. Well done to Parsons.
And I reckon that's a goal of the day contender as well.
Yeah,
Some brilliant moves there.
There was no need there for who was it? Was it 17, Riley Britton? There was no need for him to block out the ruckman then in that contest, because McInerney had the clear opportunity to take the ball. So, just a silly bit of play that was not unnecessary and cost them a goal.
Well, you go, Nace. That's it.
Yeah, much needed goal there for Park Orchards. It was only their second inside 50 for the quarter. They trail that 5-2, and the clearance is 4-1 in favour of the Tros this quarter.
Oh, they get another clearance here and another potential forward 50 entry through Tom Rees, who heads with a grubber kick, searching in the direction of Hayden Campbell. Parsons there again, and misses to the right.
Well, if they can lock it in and in the next 30 seconds or so get next 30 seconds or so and get another scoring opportunity, it changes the momentum of the game.
Well, they've had 3 scoring shots this quarter from 3 forward 50 entries, so they're being a bit more efficient, are Park Orchards. Montrose just have had a bit of the territory as Tennant looks to gain some territory back. This is Bo. Joel's there on the ground at the fall of the ball, but it's Park Orchards who win out. Jeff's inside forward 50 with a great ball.
It was a really important contest by Livingston there. Just brought it to ground as McInerney was bearing down on him.
And it's that outside balance that Park Orchards do really well as well. So Montrose have met them with that in the first quarter and a bit. So to see them sort of owning that that part of the game it's allowing for more of these opportunities here.
And it's the former North Ringwood man, Christian Chiampa, to go back and potentially slot a third for Park Orchards and reduce their deficit to 15 points. Outside the 50-metre arc, has Bo Tennant on the mark, sets self a goal, fades to the left.
Not quite.
2-5-17, Park Orchards to Montrose 5-7-37. 11.5 minutes played here, second term, Davo.
Chiampa's been pretty good, actually. The start, he's been, lively, handy around the contest as well. So should have done better with that kick, though.
One of very few multiple goal scorers on a very windy day out at Pinks Reserve last year in the Div 1 Grand Final. As the Montrose kick comes to the wing. It's going to be won back by Park Orchards. No, stolen by Britton. His kick was smothered. Ball in dispute. Overwhelmed was Ridley. Trying to go hard at it. That was Fraser Smith, the ex-Croydon man. Very willing contest here. No clear winner at this point. And it's going to be a ball up.
Park Orchards did well then because Montrose were away. They had 3 guys running forward of the football then, and they would have gone straight into goal.
McInerney almost fakes Whittoff out, slaps it to the boundary line, and it's Hickey to win it back. High ball, Downey was the target, slapped away by Bowden. Good defensive work by the Demon back there.
Have liked Kieran Hickey's game as well. Has provided a presence through midfield for Park Orchards.
He's read some of McInerney's taps, and I've liked that as well. And that's an important thing to be able to do here. Will he read it this time? No. It's slapped down to Fraser Smith. Was able to just get a kick away under duress, but it didn't go far. It was Hickey there, but it's numbers for Montrose. Now it's come to Tennant. Good mark taken down the ground. It's Joel Tennant, his brother. Slams it towards the goal square. One-on-one. Livingston under a lot of pressure for this one. The kick was just a little too wide, though, for Galbraith.
And he's starting to see the pressure now, a bit more of that rush kick into the forward line. So Montrose had the ball, or has had the game for the first quarter and a bit, and now Park Orchards are starting to get in on their terms a little bit more.
So ball in Montrose forward 50. Park Orchards still with a 20-point margin to surmount. 13.5 minutes gone in the second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. McInerney didn't quite get the tap there. Schaefer picked it up. It's come to Kieran Hickey and his kick. It's going to be coming right back. Agnew takes the mark. Kick and a half from goal for Montrose. They're going to try and stamp another goal in the game this time with a kick. Oh, no, out of the hands of McInerney. Great spoiling there by the defence. The kick off the ground, though, was it marked by Watson? It did go the distance. That is a coach killer there. You can't kick it off the ground to the centre of the 50 if you're in defence for Park Orchards there.
Yeah, that was a panic kick, wasn't it? You could see what they were going to do, though. They've got the ball, they've gone back, and they've just dropped it in on the top of the goal square. Because McInerney's there to take it. So it's it also meant 3 went to McInerney.
Well, you're going to have to.
Yeah.
He's so hard to defend.
14 contested possessions per game for Watson. And this goal that will come up here, no, he just sprayed it off to the left. Wasn't able to kick his 4th goal for the year. And Park Orchards will bring it in with the voice of Josh Ward.
Thank you, Jared, as we've ticked over 14 minutes. Montrose 5-8-38 to Park Orchards 2-5-17. Kick in went short. McNardo handles it back to Spiteri. Great accumulator for Park Orchards, and as I say that, he might have turned it over. Smith, the tackle laid there by Christian Chiampa.
I want to see a little bit more run from behind from Spiteri.
Yeah.
That's where he's so good at breaking lines with his run.
Maybe getting a bit of a tag as well as the tap is thumped forward, inside forward 50 for the D's as Magnano. Handball over the top will find Wittoff. Hickey keeps it in place somehow to Jeffs. Jeffs back to Wittoff. Down the line with a kick looking for territory, which it will get because Downey's out the back. He got the accidental kick off the deck. There is Ty Ridley, who tries to slap it in the direction of Downey. He dribbles it towards goal, and it's out of bounds for a boundary throw-in.
And that's a classic Park Orchards play, right? So a lot of players, a lot of their forwards moving up to closer to the ball, pop the ball long down the line, and then run onto it. And Park Orchards do that really well, getting that distance.
Just couldn't take a clean possession there. There might be an opportunity here for them, although the whistle's blown, and it's a free kick for the D's. Still inside their defensive 50.
I think it was interference in the ruck there. 2 went up when only 1 should have.
And it's Ty Galbraith who'll take this free kick. Of course, secondary ruck for the D's. The spoil came in from Liam Jeffs, and it was a bone-crunching one as well on his direct opponent there at Hayden Smith. And we'll have this ball tossed back into play. 16 minutes gone, second term. It's 21 points in favour of the D's.
Ball up's going to be right at half forward for Park Orchards. And it goes Keppel versus Galbraith. Stolen by Galbraith. Thought Keppel got the tap there, but Galbraith just said no. But his kick marked easily enough. Down the line by, I think that's Wittoff. He passes it to Magnano. Keeps the ball low. Good mark taken by Hickey. Really starting to make an impression on this game is Kieran Hickey. Where to from here, though? It's going to have to be a good kick because there's tall timber down there for Montrose. The spoil came. Was it Downey to pick it up and snap the goal?
Great goal.
Brilliant stuff there, and that is a contender for the Tobin brothers goal of the day. I'm just going to have to confirm who that was, if it was indeed Downey. I think I called that right.
I was going to say, it looks like Lewis Downey. The mustache stands out for him, but that's a great finish, and it's back down to 15.7, Davo.
The former Blackburn man as well.
And again, they've just worked really hard, haven't they? Park Orchards, that's been the difference. It's not been pretty, it's been a scramble, but they've worked really hard to get it to the area, and they're working to their strengths at the moment.
He's pretty used to playing at Montrose, kicked 6 goals in this ground last year as well, so expect a big one from Lewis.
I was going to say, in what was a match of the round, and a game where Park Orchards came from behind late in the last quarter to win. They'll have to come from behind here, but it's Montrose with the clearance. Will Milton heads inside forward 50. Might go over the top of Bailey White's head. No, it was spoiled by Zach Schaefer, who should get to the footy first. Was immediately tackled upon by Ty Galbraith and Bailey White. Ball up.
That was great work from Schaefer. Really good body work in the contest and follow-up.
Ball tossed back up as Galbraith won it down. White's there, spins around, got a kick away. Hams tried to keep it in play, but couldn't. There it is, going to be out of bounds on the full free kick. Park Orchards. Spiteri, short to Price Inglis. Kick was nearly too long, but he'll get this ball back here. Will Spiteri handball it off to Alex Magnano. Into the middle he goes, searching for Downey on a long lead. Took the grab, did the former Essendon Duda Stars player.
Brilliant run and carry before then. That's what I like to see from Park Orchards.
Yep.
And it came primarily from McLaren Spiteri and Alex Magnano as Downey got the kick to James Parsons right in front of us, centre wing broadcast side. Heads long inside forward 50. He's got a deep target there, and Keppel, who nearly reeled in the grab. Watson spun his way out of trouble brilliantly, put his teammate under pressure with the handball. Hickey's there, dribbles its way through to goal, and it just hits the post.
Montrose have been really impressive in general with their crumbing either from a long kick or also out of contest as well, and that's where they're really beating Park Orchards. Park Orchards they're able to tackle. They're doing really well on the outside, but Montrose are getting to the ball first.
Highly compressed ground at the moment as the kick had to go out wide, trails over the boundary line. 5-8-38. That's Montrose. 3-6-24. That's Park Orchards. Nearly 20 minutes gone here in the second quarter. Division 1 action. Two teams. They've probably earned that final spot at this point in the year, but jostling for positions in the 5 as Keppel got the tap down. Well tackled though. Was the Park Orchards man there. Up we go. It's Tom Rees. Keppel again. Got the tap down. Flashing through was Kieran Hickey. Top of the goal square, but well positioned was Fraser Smith. Ex-Croydon man. Part of the Croydon 3 that came across to Montrose in the off-season this year. Andrew Carter not playing today. Excellent midfielder is Andrew Carter. They're missing a lot of clearance action with him out of the side as Smith's kick gets to the defensive side of the wing for Montrose and will end up in a ball up. His time ticks down. The punch by McInerney. It was roved well by Park Orchards. They send it forward again once more. Oh, they nearly spoiled themselves there, did Montrose. And free kick has been picked out. Only 2 went up for the ball. Both of them were Montrose. Lewis Downey was nowhere to be seen, but he was the one infringed upon according to the umpire, and he will take the free kick and go for his second goal of the day.
He's starting to threaten his Downey.
Montrose would be really disappointed with that. Fraser was a +1 in that situation. Should have been able to punch the ball there, and he kind of got blocked by his own player.
28 goals for the year. He kicked 61 goals last year, just 1 in the grand final against South Belgrave. He's got 2 for the day. Celebrates with his boys. And Park Orchards keep chipping away at the margin. They've gone to 4-6-30. Montrose 5-8-38.
Really nice to see some reward for effort from Park Orchards. It's a very even game. The scoreboard wasn't reflecting that. Montrose had a really, really great first quarter, but it's pretty close now.
It's a hot contest out here at Montrose Recreation Reserve, and no, I'm not talking about the weather, because it's not the warmest day out here as this usually.
That was horrible.
I'm just going to give up on this.
Put that in the YouTube comments, Em.
Yeah, please do.
Make a TikTok, much to Blake's demise.
Ball thrown back up. Oscar McInerney against Josh Chappell. McInerney won it down, looking for Watson there.
I think Park Orchards have just been better with the clearing kick. I think Montrose have had a lot of smothered kick from contest.
It's McInerney won it down. Taylor read it best though, up against 2. And the 2 of Montrose could win out. They don't. Milton spilt it. And it's Jeffs who goes inside forward 50 or thereabouts. Smith will be paid the mark. And he's starting to step it up. It's the former Croydon skipper.
Just on that, Davo, Park Orchards are really good at getting that extra back as well. So even if Montrose are clearing it, there's an extra for Park Orchards to intercept.
Smith headed in the McInerney direction. There's a free kick found to the Big O.
Yeah, that was the only way he wasn't going to mark that.
I think he was up against Kane Keppel, who's a pretty decent size.
Yeah, true.
Not in comparison to Oscar McInerney.
Still a head shorter than Oscar.
He'll take this free kick, centre wing, far side. Look to send them long with a high up and under ball. Britton parked underneath this. Whittle applied the spoil. Watson there on the ground again. Tried to almost spin his way out of trouble. It's Park Orchards with the outnumber, but they turn it over, as does Oscar McInerney. Liam Jeffs heads down the line to Ty Ridley. Fake the original kick, wheels onto his left, heads inside forward 50 where Prest is. His teammate in the end almost spoiled him. Down is around this footy. as are the D's, who have Milton as an outlet. Just gains territory. He's got a player all by himself there in Harry Whittle if the bounce favours him. It favours Tom Livingston, who spun around, got the kick down the ground to Ridley, who took the grab. And it was a really good one. Handballs it immediately to his skipper, Keppel. Inside forward 50, where down he is against Bowden. Out the back is Vipont.
That was Park Orchard's footy.
And it's back down to 2 points.
I tell you what, the work from Livingston in defence then, he was up against, I don't know who's coming off of the ground at the moment.
Britton.
They were both against each other. Britton went down and they had to clear out Montrose and he had to make the decision. He left him, beat the contest and set it up, and then it was a magnificent running piece of play down the outside by Park Orchards, and it's game on.
That great decision making of coming forward to defend. It was also very easy for them to do that because Montrose had put 3 or 4 players in the back line while they won the ball in the back line, but bombing it back out, it's easy to make that choice because there weren't many players there to contest against him.
Park Orchard's gaining the ascendancy. Ruck infringement though, and Oscar McInerney will take it. Play onto advantage? No. Umpire saw that for what it was, and it was a rushed, ill-advised kick.
Ill-advised.
Oscar McInerney to another high up and under by him. Sets a task for everyone down there. Livingston was probably the one in the box seat to get it. The handball spills out into the goal square, but it was all Park Orchards to rush that one over.
Tell you what, the way he's kicking the ball, we are going to get rain.
So Taylor to bring this one in. Usually it is McLaren Spiteri on kick-in duties for Park Orchards. Indecision written across his face. No mark taken, punched out of the way out of the hands of Campbell. Sorry, it was Price English who took that kick in, my mistake.
Bit hard to find a target if no one's leading or moving around.
Yeah.
And on such a small ground, you know, this kick could be really disastrous if you don't get it right.
Yeah, 25 minutes gone and there has been a free kick.
McInerney gone into the goal square.
Good move, good move. So in comes, I believe this is Harry Whittle to the top of the goal square. There's McInerney. The goals, the ball's just gone all the way over everyone. What a goal. Didn't expect him to get the distance.
Well, I didn't know whether he was going to hit the top of the goal square, and he said, no, I'm not going top of the goal square.
That.
I might as well go straight through. And I don't know, is the breeze going that way slightly? Boundary riders, can you let us know?
Somewhat. There isn't much of a breeze though, so there's not too much of a factor in this game.
Okay, that just seemed to carry a bit further than what we've seen.
Maybe it's just the perception of the 50-metre arc, and it's not a 50-metre, you know?
I think there's a little bit to where we are at the moment, but not too much.
Yeah, I think it's swirling a bit, so it maybe held it up in the air a bit more.
Back out to 8 points in favour of Montrose. There's a free kick found for Park Orchards. Taking the advantage immediately is Hickey for the quick reply. It gets there! Wow. What a great goal, Kieran Hickey. Another goal of the day contender.
He was looking back too to see if the umpire was going to call him back. All the Montrose players had stopped.
I think they thought it was a Montrose free kick. I think they actually thought it was a Montrose free kick then.
What an entertaining quarter we've had out here at Montrose Recreation Reserve. 6-9-45 to 6-6-42.
So many goal of the day contenders.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, hasn't he had a good quarter? Hickey, his first quarter was good, but he's really set it up this quarter.
6 Sharks goals this quarter. Up we go, Whittoff to take on McInerney. Whittoff got the tap that time, tried to follow up his work, does so, got the handball away. Champers there, edge of the square, got the handball backwards, flying a good ball forward, top of the goal square, spoiled over by Montrose under a lot of duress. That kick by Tom Rees nearly cleared them.
They're really starting to read McInerney's taps as well. A lot of the Park Orchards players are getting in front of their Montrose opposition.
Yep.
So they're able to get the ball as it's tapped straight down. I think McInerney was doing that really well last time we saw him as well. So pretty easy to read and capitalising on it now.
2-point lead to Montrose. Now it's been pressed and pressed. And the mark's been taken by Whittle. Trying to tell him to slow it all down. Kick is a high one onto the wing. Good wrestle down there. Brilliant use of the body by White. Was able to take the grab with authority. Steps around his man. Has to find the outside of the right kick. McInerney's in the pocket. Can he take the mark? No. Out positioned by Whittoff.
So that game plan, when they are bombing the ball straight down the line, Montrose are doing the same as what Park Orchards usually do. They're bringing all of their forwards up and allowing two talls down into the where the square is, essentially, to compete for the ball. That's what they're doing to try and get some momentum back for the last couple of minutes.
McInerney trying to take it out of the ruck contest, does so, gets the handball forward. It's in a dangerous spot, rushed over by Schaefer. Just the 1 point added to the Montrose tally.
They've not read that very well, Montrose, have they? He's got it and gone forward. He knows he's going to go forward with that handball.
Yeah.
And they just haven't been able to run and cover it.
Magnano goes to the left back pocket.
Are they just too predictable now?
Yep.
Champa now in possession of the footy. Heads in the direction of his skipper in Keppel. Tedden and Smith both flew and spoiled each other as Downey's there on the ground, locked up by Bo Tennant. In fact, that was Bryce Inglis, who gets himself a free kick. Heads to the far side wing where the mark was taken by Hickey. What a game he's had. Handballs it immediately to Magnano, to Keppel. Keppel advances it further for the Sharks. The run-down tackle not rewarded for the D's. Now in there is Hayden Campbell, who couldn't get a clean kick away. Great effort there from Milton, allows the D's to clear defence, but it's all Park Orchards, and Tom Livingston took a strong grab. He's had a good game in defence, heads out wide to Schaefer, who heads further wide to this broadcast side to a one-on-one. Blakey's there to support, but Chin wins out for the D's. McInerney got the handball away. It's no one in particular though, but a good tackle laid by Ty Galbraith. And it's over the boundary line.
Fraser Smith is really struggling at the moment. He took a knock up here and it's taken him a long time to get down into defence.
Keep a close eye on that one as McInerney and Wittoff prepare to duel once again. Centre wing broadcast side. All not going anywhere.
Again, that great example of Park Orchards playing in front of their opposition, which means that they're able to get those taps from McInerney.
As up we go again. McInerney just decides, I'm going to take it out of ruck and look to take matters into my own hands. Can't escape the Wittoff tackle. Between wing and half forward for the Sharks as the umpire saying a few words to the Big O. And there might be a free kick going in the direction of Oscar McInerney. Handballs it immediately to Tennant. Tennant goes short as the halftime siren sounds.
He wasn't having a go at Big O. He was having a go at the Park Orchards bench.
Yeah.
Because the Park Orchards bench were having a go at the umpire, and I turned around and, Paris Harvey's actually, or it's actually the crowd, because Paris Harvey's turned around and told the crowd to be quiet. So that's why the umpire's talking to him at the moment. It wasn't the player, it was actually the crowd that were having the umpire.
So it's 3 points separating Montrose and Park Orchards after a 30-minute quarter out here at Montrose Rec Reserve. 6:10:46 to the Sharks, 6:7:43. We're going to go to a break here, and when we return, we'll have the halftime crew for the Eastland match of the round out here at Montrose Recreation Reserve.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel, so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back. It's the Eastland match of the round down here. Montrose Recreation Reserve at the moment. The Demons in Montrose are leading this game 6-10-46, but the Sharks managed to kick 6 goals in that quarter there to move them to 6-7-43. So the Demons are back in control, but also Park Orchards. They're playing pretty good footy with a 6-goal quarter. That quarter there. My name's Blake Tennant, and joined here with Ryan Long, media manager on the EFNL, the 2 boundary reporters for this game. What have you seen so far? It's sort of like Montrose controlled that first quarter, and then after that, it was just Park Orchards that really extended their authority on this game.
Yeah, they really did get in control in that second term, did the Sharks. And I thought actually in that first quarter, and it was sort of reflected when we spoke to Paris Harvey, and I was listening into pretty much all the players at the huddle at quarter time, that it was a very even quarter despite the scoreline, and they were pretty happy with the way they were going. Their midfield group, it was a pretty even contest between the 2 midfields, and it was just that last kick inside 50 that they were really struggling to hit up targets. They were able to change that a little bit, but I think their midfielders, most importantly, were the ones who really got involved in that second term. Hickey's been phenomenal, kicked that really great goal in response, and from outside 52 to be able to get the margin back to less than a goal going into the final, into the halftime break. So I think they've really been able to just work their way back into the game and put some bit of pressure on Montrose after they really looked real sharp in that first quarter.
And something that I've also seen as well is that Montrose's back 6 were really rock solid. They were knowing what they were doing. They were fixing it up there. But after quarter time, it was just something just went wrong, and the defence was getting a bit shifted around and all that. But it came down to more on the midfield. I felt Park Orchard's midfield, as you mentioned as well, with Karan Hickey. He's having a solid game, kicking a goal as well in that quarter. So the Sharks are definitely lifting up to the pressure that Montrose gave them. And what's the go here? Do you think they've also gone on top of Oscar McInerney's ruck as well, which we mentioned as well? Do you think that's an issue as well that Montrose might need to address maybe?
It's something they'll need to address, because I think Park Orchards are now reading that situation a lot better in the second term than they did in the first quarter. But I would say, having seen Montrose in prior games, they've been able to adjust on the go. I think they'll be able to do that in the second half. And Oscar McInerney, they've talked about him how, he might start a certain way, but he's very quick to adjust during the game. And I think they will do that particularly in this third quarter. They'll sit down and have a look at that. I think that's an area they can get back into control a little bit after probably maybe losing it a little bit in that second term. But I'm not too concerned for the long term. But you've got to give credit to Park Orchards the way they've been able to adapt during that.
No, definitely. You speak of that. Look what Josh Chappell did in the first 10 seconds of that game. Let him know that he's not here to be a big go. He doesn't want to get on top there. But I think it's a really good ruck battle between those two at the moment. So, but I feel like as well, the forwards at Montrose now coming into the season, I had a few doubts, and I'm sure we did. And even though they've kicked 46 points, they really haven't looked like a convincing forward line at the moment. It looked pretty early, solid, but Park Orchards, we'll give credit to their back line and their back 6 on how they're defending the ground really well as well. Yeah,
defensively they've looked really strong. In saying that, I think if Bailey White, he's only kicked the 1 maybe in that first half, but I felt like he looks like he's potentially on for maybe a 4 to 5 goal game, because I do think he has got the potential to break open in the second half. So I'm not too worried about their attacking power. I just think it was a very even first half, and I think both sides walk away at half time with some positives, some things to work on. But, 3 points in at half time, it's anyone's game, which is what we want coming in.
Yeah, definitely. We've got a massive game as well. We might go a couple scores around the grounds here. There's a big upset brewing down here at Seebeck Reserve here. Berwick 45, Baldwin 14, Blackburn 10 points over South Croydon, 47-37 there. East Ringwood 37 over Nova Park 28, and Donny's comfortable at the moment with 54-37. So a 17-point lead to the Lions. They continue on their merry way. North Ringwood 43, Bayswater 1. Baronia could be back on the winners list in a long time. Baronia 36 to Mooroolbark 15. Obviously, you know the scores for the match around for this one. Mitcham taking on Norwood in Neil Winterton's 200th game today. Mitcham 40, Norwood 29. And an upset brewing down here at Walker Reserve here. Beaconsfield 47 to the Devils 42 in Wantirna South there. So good for the Eagles there. East Beld lead over Croydon 37-34. Heathmont lead over Ringwood 20-10. Inaccurate kicking though for the Jets. 2-8-20 for that. Mulgrave lead 64 over Scoresby, and Surrey Park have finally hit the front after Templestowe gave them a scare early. That score is 44 Surrey Park to Templestowe 30, and the Waverley Blues have a 10-point lead over Lilydale, 44 to 34 on that one. A 4-point lead to Domvale over Sylvan, that's Sylvan Recreation Reserve, 49 to 45. Knox lead 43 to Ferntree Gully 30, and the Basin, well, they're controlling this game from start to finish here, 55 to 1. No scores down there at Coldstream Recreation Reserve either, so we'll hear back from that one very shortly. But we move to Division 4 now. Bull and Templestowe 39 lead Doncaster 7. Croydon North lead 81 to Forest Hill 10. No scores down at Fair Park Reserve, unfortunately, but Warren Dyke, they're continuing their incredible good form here, 87 to 8 for that one. So that is all the scores wrapped up there. Ryan,
how's that quaddie going, by the way?
Oh, the quaddie. Oh, geez. Thanks for reminding me about that. But before we get into that, before I get it up here, we lost in the first leg.
Oh, Jesus.
There you go. So, yeah, no good there. But
responsible.
Can we see Park Orchards winning here, or do you think the Sharks... Sorry, can you see Park Orchards winning here, or can the Demons continue on their controlling form that they had in the first quarter here?
I'm still backing in the D's to get it done, but I still think it's a well and truly open game. D's for me, though, still.
No worries. There you go. That is the halftime show. I'm sticking with the home team here. I think they should win this one. You'll hear back from the call team for the second half straight after this.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds even in winter absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Vermont Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
Listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1
with live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 match of the day coverage.
Welcome back to Montrose Recreation Reserve. For the Eastland match of the round, Josh Wood here alongside Jared Beanland, Paul Yukone, Emily Mackay, Brett Davidson, Ryan Long and Blake Tennant down on the boundary. Jared, what do you think the keys are for the second half for either side in this contest?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Park Orchard's really got their run and gun game going. I was really impressed with that. Some of the crumbing in their forward line has been quite impressive. I think they want to get the ball into the hands of your Price English, your McLaren Spiteri a little bit more. I've loved the competitiveness of their forwards. Lewis Downey, he's starting to get off the leash a little bit, which is really good to see. Montrose, on the other hand, I think I just want to see a little bit more, I don't know, ambition, I suppose, that maybe take on the corridor a little bit, as much as that can expose them to Park Orchard's turnover game. Just some of those entries inside forward 50 were a little... they could have been a little bit more cleaned up for Montrose in that second quarter.
Yeah, I agree. As Montrose players are in position, and Park Orchards are getting their final address as well. As it'll be interesting to see if there's any magnet switches as well. Just looking from a Montrose side of things, it doesn't look like too much has changed in this at the start of this second half of action. Bit of very entertaining contest. I think it was about 6-3 in that second quarter in the end. Hopefully something similar. These two are capable of piling on the big score as well. As Emily Mackay and Brett Davidson join us. Sam, what are the keys for you in this second half for either side to get over the line?
Park Orchards need to keep reading McInerney's taps, and also they've got to win the moments. So as Davo mentioned before earlier in the game, it's a game of moments. You're capitalising on skill errors, essentially, and long down the line kicks. And so it's a team that's best able to adapt to the opposition's ability to not execute the way they should be executing.
Park Orchard's excellent second quarter, really played the moments well. This quarter, midfield's crucial in the midfield, I reckon, this quarter. And I'll be interested to see how Montrose respond.
So we get the second half underway, Jared Beanland.
And up we go, Oscar McInerney and Josh Chappell once more. Smith will rove this one. It was a handball in hope, however. Park Orchards were able to turn it over. It's come to Blakey inside forward 50 already. Downey just slipped out of his hands, was able to lay the tackle on Bowden, holding the ball. And it's a play on Park Orchards to spear this one. No, it was on the line. The intercept mark taken by Montrose. Great defence. Agnew spilt out of his hands. Ridley was there to put the pressure on, and over the boundary line it went. One thing of note, Riley Britton came off in that second quarter. I did notice that he ran out with the squad, so good to see him uninjured. And to resume this third quarter, McInerney fights for front position, was able to get it read well, however, by Champa. Swung round in the tackle. Ball up.
He's starting on the ground as well as Riley Britton. Another, as you mentioned, Jared, one of 3 Croydon players to come across to Montrose this year.
And the tap, it came to Vipond. He was tackled. Champa just foraged for it. One-on-one in the pocket. Park Orchards, he just lost it. Downey had to lay the tackle, and that's Bowden once again feeling the clutches of Lewis Downey. Good forward pressure by the leading goal kicker for Park Orchards. And up we go again. 3-point lead and dangerous times here for Montrose, but Smith with composure was able to find the space, tumble the ball out of defence. Tanzimat wrapped up in the tackle, ball up on the edge of the square.
Park Orchard's playing with a +1 defensively as well, so Montrose aren't able to kick the ball straight down the line out of contest, so it'll be rough for them for the next couple of minutes.
The spike by McInerney was read by Park Orchards, but the kick was rushed. Tennant took it, but it wasn't a mark. He was wrapped up, ball up. Another tap by McInerney. All the players fall over. The ball was read well by Hams. He got the handball away, and the kick came to Magnano, but slamming over the top was Lewis Downey, a little bit aggressive in the marking contest.
I think it was great by both players. Then brave by Fraser Smith, which you always expect, but a great contest then from the forward. I like it.
Heads out wide to Riley Britton. The left half back flank for Montrose. Inboard he goes with a dangerous kick, and it'll be intercepted here by Liam Jeffs, the former Lilydale man. Heads inside forward 50, looking for Lewis Downey on the lead. Smith did well and spoiled it out of bounds right in front of the scoreboard.
So the struggle for Orch will be getting that ball into the forward line. They push all of their players up to defend, and then they had to wait, and they just don't have those tools for those one-on-one contests as much as what Montrose do.
In the right forward pocket, about 35 metres out from Park Orchard's goals. As it spills out now to Smith, who got a kick away. Intercepted though, and it's McLaren Spiteri. It looks like he's going back for the shot here.
Yeah, he was told to go back and have a go then, and I agree then with them. What's happening is that when they get this ball here, the only leads that are able to go to the ones out wide. They don't have anyone that's able to take the mark in the deep end, so maybe they are going to have a few more shots from a bit deeper.
I was going to say, we had a shot here in the second term for Montrose, and that was a goal to Bailey Bateman. Cam McLaren Spiteri repeat the dose for Park Orchards, though. Got a decent fist of it. It's spoiled through for a behind. 2 points separating the Sharks and the D's. 46 plays 44 at the 3.5-minute mark of the third term.
It's almost as if they're going to be better because of that, when they transition from the back line into the forward line, because they're able to run onto it a little bit more. So it's going to be quite congested in this part of this part of the ground.
Paul Yukoni in the stat centre.
Hot start by Park Orchards in their third quarter. Already 4 to zip inside 50 is about to be 5.
Absolutely, as Blakey's going to send this one back to the goal square. Tennant's going to have to endure some pressure. Gets it to Smith, and they feed it through handballs. Agnew is going to have to run with the flight of the ball. It bounced up for him. Bone-crunching tackle by Keppel. Agnew's going to be feeling that for a week or so. Keppel, the kick over the top. It looked smart, but Hayden Smith came across and spiked it out of bounds.
We had a Tackle of the Day award. That's it for Kane Keppel.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, both teams are switched on there. They're both seeing how important this next 10 minutes is.
Kieran Hickey read the tap well. He's done that quite a bit. Bo Tennant with the flight of the ball. Got the handball away. Coming out. Ferocious bump by Downey. Stacks on in the Park Orchards forward line.
He's been really ferocious, hasn't he, Downey? He's been really uses his body well.
It's the attention to detail on the 1%ers that both teams are displaying that it's just making such a great game of football.
So 5 minutes gone in the second quarter. Montrose trying to escape their defensive line. Spiteri makes sure that will not occur. And the mark's been taken by Blakey. Mason Blakey to line up for goal.
Looks like there's a Park Orchards player down as well, and it might be Josh Chappell.
And Blakey, he takes advantage of the distraction, gets the kick over the top to Ridley, but riddle me this, how did he miss that? No, he didn't. Oh, my word. From here, it looked like it went over the post. But it could have made a bit more sure of that as the sparks are flying at Montrose Recreation Reserve. There's a bit going on in Park Orchards forward 50 after, I think we mentioned someone went down. Did you see who it was, Josh?
It's Josh Chappell. He's been into McInerney the whole game.
Yeah, he has.
McInerney wasn't too happy about it. There's been a bit of push and shove, but I don't think there's much in it. They're just two big beasts having a go at each other, I think. And it's a tense game of footy, and both teams are being really physical, so I actually don't think there's much in that. And I like the fact Chappelle is not going to stand down. He's not going to back down at all. I love it.
And now it's 4 points in favour of Park Orchards. The first time they hit the front today after they trailed probably by about 4 or 5 goals in that early in that second quarter as well. They've done well to come from behind. Kicked 7 goals in both the second and third term so far as Blakey got the check side near forward 50. Smith read it best. ducked out of trouble, went in ball with a dangerous kick, intercepted by Blakey, who's starting to step it up in this third quarter, hits inside 50 in the Downey direction and went out of bounds.
Had lots of the ball, or, you know, he's been in and around in the last couple of minutes, Blakey.
He certainly has been. Of course, the vice-captain, one of the more experienced players in this Park Orchard side, the former Northern Blue. As McInerney won that tap down, spills again to Milton, who's under a bit of pressure, ball up.
Orch set up really well here. Got numbers around the contest. They got two spares set up defensively as well. So that's, you know, waiting for that long down the line kick from Montrose. Hard for Montrose to get the ball out.
They're building on the momentum they gained late in that second quarter as well to hit the front.
And it's the big man Keppel who is the spare currently for Park Orchards.
Done a good job as that sweeper in defence, as McInerney decided to go with the fist. Hickey again read it well. Hams was there to keep him company. The handball tried to find Hickey, who can't keep it in play for a boundary throw-in, Jared.
So McInerney's got two types of taps, really. So the tap that goes straight down, which Park Orchards have they've done really well to stop, and then he has to go for distance as well.
Well, that time he laid it out for Chappell.
Oh, I think the umpires need to be a little bit better here, because nothing against Chappell, but he is hanging on every single contest. He is grabbing the jumper in every single contest. And
well, that time it was a block, and this time they heard you, Brett, the umpire, and McInerney will take this free kick for the block. 4-point margin in favour of Park Orchards, and it's a 25-metre penalty. I think it was Champa there that got into the protected zone.
You the Oracle, Davo.
No.
8.5 minutes gone in this third quarter. Montrose, well, this might be their first inside 50 as Bailey White sends it forward. Who's down there? It's Galbraith. Spills out of his hands. Smith at the fall. Well tackled, Ridley.
Looking at what we were talking about last quarter, you know, hitting the cage is going to be really important for Montrose if they haven't had many forward 50 entries. Otherwise, a ball up that...
Oh, Galbraith out of the ruck contest. Sorry, Emily, but he's just flown it away to the right of the right of the goals.
Well, I was going to
one behind.
I was going to say that a ball up the top of 50 doesn't usually result in a shot on goal.
No.
So they just totally debunked all the wisdom that I was going to be sharing. But that's okay. I'm okay with that. Can't always be right 100% of the time.
I was just about to say, I think then the cage was a little bit further out when they hit it. I thought that was a little bit too far out when they hit that area. So, and I didn't expect them to be able to have a shot from goal there either.
As Bryce Inglis hits up Hickey, who in turn gets it to Liam Jeffs in the middle of Montrose Recreation Reserve. Heads to the half-forward line, where Chiampa took an uncontested grab in the end.
Downey's off the field at the moment.
Well, still has options inside forward 50. Handballs it to Jeffs, who heads in the Hayden Campbell direction. Almost completed the strong grab. Has a teammate there to support him, but he can't escape the Hayden Smith tackle.
And they were probably just a bit slow to transition the ball into the forward line back and clog up the forward 50.
It's McInerney, yet another hit out. The kick deflected there from Smith. Britton laced the tackle. Tennant as well. And Milton on Mason Blakey. Right in front of the scoreboard, which reads Montrose 6:11:47 to Park Orchard 7:8:50. 10 minutes gone in this third term as the clearance is won by the D's. They can't clear defensive 50 though until McInerney just decides to gain territory, and it's the Taj Heaps benefit in the middle of Montrose Rec Reserve. Has an option short, decides to go longer in the Tanzamat direction, who'll fly. Nearly completed the grab. Schaefer's out the back, dishes the handball off to Keppel, who's run down by Galbraith. Still got a handball away somehow. In fact, he didn't.
Yeah, I think the umpire was caught blindsided. The other umpire could see that was a magnificent throw in the air before he punched it.
Brilliant effort from Ty Galbraith, who can give Montrose back the lead here after 11 minutes of play in the third quarter, and after Park Orchards have had all the territory to start this third term as well.
Taj Heap involved. I think we need to see a little bit more from him.
Yeah, and that was really, they need this, because I think Park Orchards have been all over them for the last 10 minutes of the second quarter and the whole of this start of this third quarter.
Trots in now, does Galbraith, and converts. The first multiple goal scorer for the D's. And it's Montrose 7:11:53 to Park Orchard 7:8:50. We've played 11.5 minutes here in this third quarter.
That's good football if you've got multiple goal scorers. If it's only one that's, got the double digits, got more than one, it makes it hard to defend and you're not as predictable.
And I was going to say that's become such a thing for Montrose over this season as well, Davo.
Yeah, we talked about it before the game, the fact that they're the highest scoring team at the moment in the competition, and yet they're not relying upon 1 or 2 goal kickers. They've got a raft of guys that are around about the 12 to 15 goal mark, which is sensational. Makes it hard to defend.
Just got to give credit to that umpire. He was probably at the centre of the ground here, and to call that throwing kick, that's good umpiring, I have to admit.
Yeah, absolutely. So critical stages here in the third quarter. Montrose lead by 3. We've gone 12 and a half minutes. The tap down came from Witoff. Roving it was McInerney that time. Couldn't.
Blake, it's really nice to hear your expertise on umpiring. For those listeners coming in, Blake's umpired 3 grand finals in a row. What, 5? 5, sorry. I thought it was 3. 5 grand finals. So very wise words, great expertise here.
We'll get a secondary ball up. Tertiary ball up even. McInerney goes up. He's just going to rip it out of the ruck contest, send it forward. White takes the mark. Sorry, that's not White. That's Joel Tennant. Sends it forward. Charging out is Galbraith. He's not going to quite reach the contest just yet. Falls to ground level. Park Orchards trying to stand up in the tackle was Ben Monks. Ball up. Another inside 50 here for Montrose. Spiked forward by McInerney. It's going to go over the boundary line. Paul Uconi in the stat centre.
Inside 50s this quarter, 9-3 in favour of Park Orchards. Clearances are 5-3 in favour of Park Orchards.
We were saying Park Orchards were a little bit more efficient going forward earlier in the game. Now it's time for Montrose to try and make the most of their slim inside 50 opportunities of the third quarter. Witoff wrestles. McInerney gets the tap. Tanzimat back to McInerney. His kick was smothered immediately by Keppel. Crashing through was Milton. Couldn't quite handle it. And now it's gone out to Schaefer. And the mark's been taken. Intercept mark inside forward 50. No, not to Britain. And it's going to be... This is Webb, Jeffs, in fact, for Park Orchards to try and clear the Sharks' lines. Over to the pocket. It's Schaefer. And now a little bit of tempo play. No, he goes for the handball. That was not... well-organised play. Magnano had to be the outlet handball. Trying to put the don't argue on. Back to Magnano. Gee, back to Keppel. Now they're trying to find the corridor. Montrose set up really well down the ground to confuse and confound Park Orchard's defence. And that's going to be a ball up there as Witoff. I thought he took the mark, but no.
It was touched off the boot.
Touched off the boot. Thank you very much. Park Orchards to try and get this clearance. Champa lost his footing, came back up with the ball, lost it again. Galbraith got the handball away. Price Inglis charging out of defence. Agnew overwhelmed. Good tackle laid by Smith. And on the wing, it'll be a ball up.
Nearly 15 minutes gone, third quarter.
I just love the work that Park Orchards have done around the ball. Their smothering work has been exceptional around the contest.
I think it's them not being super dragged into the contest and able to read when Montrose get the ball, rather than just having all the numbers around. I know that they're balling up consistently, but just really good outside play.
Hams hits it inside forward 50, looking for the big O. Up against 2. That's how many it takes to defeat the big O inside forward 50.
Oh, and he's hurt himself in that marking contest.
Keep a close eye on that one. No, he's gotten back up. He won that tap down. Watson was on the runway. It spills out now to Milton again. Got the snap. Goalkeeper on the line is Spiteri. Goes short to Magnano. Back to Spiteri with his usual dabbing kick, which will be in favour of Taj Heap. Jacob Price-Inglis wouldn't let him escape from his grasp, though.
And the forward defensive work from Montrose in the last 5 minutes has been really good too. Keep the ball in there.
McInerney's done well to just get the handball away, looking for Tennant, who was under duress. Spilt it to McLaren Spiteri, high up and under kick in the Jeff's direction. A great one-handed grab. Harvey Chin was wearing him like a glove, but Jeff still reeled in the grab. The former Lilydale and East Ringwood man as well. Heads short, his good work might be undone. It's Tube who heads in the Joel Tennant direction. Spilt the grab, has to mop up on the ground. Got the handball away to Hams. Hams inside forward 50, looking for Britton, who was spoiled from behind. The snap deeper inside forward 50, again in the Oscar McInerney direction. Isaac Tanzamats there is going to be pinged. Great pressure from Park Orchards. Looking to get the 25 there is Tom Livingston, who plays on immediately to Spiteri, who spilt it. Still has time to clean up. Keppel heads long. Smith looking to go back with the flight. He'll pick up this footy. Some pressure there from Hayden Campbell, who gave away a high free kick. It's starting to get a bit vocal out here at Montrose Recreation Reserve.
How gutsy was that? We could see he did not take his eyes off the ball running into a situation where he could have been cleaned up now. He's a super player, this bloke.
This is why he's been brought to Montrose from Croydon. Over the top goes the spoil from Joel Tennant. Price Inglis wore that heavily. Oh, in the back free kick or out in the full perhaps.
Paris called that one.
I was going to say.
Montrose not making it easy at all for Orch to move the ball forward. They're set up very, very well.
Over the top to Taylor and now to Blakey. Just trying to find those slim options up forward. Mark nearly taken by Bateman. Ground level we go. Campbell lays the tackle. Another entry for Park Orchards, breaking a drought, I think, for Park Orchards forward 50 entries for the past 5 minutes. They've able to work their way up the ground, but it's been belaboured. No clear ball at the moment. Champa, Fossick's after it, gets it out to Hickey. He's gone out of the game a little bit. High ball, top of the goal square. Big mark, not quite by Ridley. Comes to ground, Watson tackles him. And there's a fight on between Agnew and Hickey. They are going at it right now. Very much to the crowd's enjoyment.
I reckon Agnew's
not to the umpires.
Nothing in that. All that it was, they grabbed each other's jumper and they were just trying to wrestle.
Just ball the ball up. Let's go.
Yeah, I think the umpires need to take control of this.
Testosterone from the boys.
Yellow card and Agnew's off. Much to the chagrin of the Montrose faithful.
I think Hickey's going off.
Hickey's going off. Oh, God.
So we'll confirm with Ryan and Blake down on the boundary. It's Hickey. Is he going off as well?
Yeah, that is confirmed. That's a yellow card for both Hickey and Agnew as he puts the finger up right in front of us to the Montrose crowd.
No, I think he's got a cramp in his finger.
It is simmering away here at Montrose Recreation Reserve.
It's a pressure cooker.
It really is.
Just want to say that's...
And a free kick has been picked out as well for Park Orchards. I wasn't aware of that. And it's going to be James Parsons to go for his second goal.
That's an interesting decision, because I thought if you're going to have 2 yellows, that should be a ball up unless there had been a free kick paid beforehand.
Must have been.
This to convert a 3-point Montrose lead into a 3-point Park Orchards lead. He's going into the sound of the boos, the jeers. They wouldn't concern him, but the kick wasn't perfect. And it's sprayed out to the right. 2-point game once more. 7-11-53. That's Montrose. 7-9-51. That's the Sharks. And we are just ticking into time on with Josh Ward to take us away.
Bo Tennant heads to the far side. It's starting to go really hot out here at Montrose Recreation Reserve as a free kick's found for Alex Magnano. Can Park Orchards capitalise on the territory they've started to regain the last couple of minutes? Heads to the teeth of goal. Campbell nearly completed the grab. Plenty of numbers on the ground, and it'll be a ball up.
It's a very different third quarter to the second one. It's only been 2 goals kicked, as opposed to the, 9 in the second quarter?
Tennant pleading for a push in the back free kick there. Wasn't getting it, though, from the umpire as Reese got it out to Taylor. Taylor to Blakey. Snap! And it's through!
And again, that outside handball to the player running that they've been able to do so well today, Park Orchards. A good goal.
Mason Blakey staking his claim to the voucher.
And that is now a 4-point lead for Park Orchards. 8-9-57 to the D's. 7-11-53 at the 21-minute mark of the third quarter.
And that's how you take a little bit of the crowd out of the games to kick a goal like that. So we've just lost 50 players on the balcony here. I think it must be the kick a goal. They've walked out maybe to get a refreshment to get themselves.
Another refreshment, absolutely.
So just waiting on the ball to come back.
They have been quite vocal up here of the Montrose.
Historically, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a cracking game of football. This has got the feel of a final about it, hasn't it?
I was about to say, this is a finals type of atmosphere and finals type of contest as well.
High pressure football, high stakes contest. Time on in the third quarter. Chappelle gets the tap down. Blakey ridden into the ground. We'll have another ball up.
Jeez, the two Park Orchards rucks have performed admirably against McInerney.
Yeah, they must have been drilled well during the week at training. Ball hits the deck, no clear possession just yet, spills out the Montrose side of the contest, and now Hams is going to send it forward for the Demons. Nearly a mark taken by Tanzimat, not quite. Spills to ground level, Magnano slings it over his shoulder. It's going to come back through Watson. No clear possession for White, and now trying to take it away. That was good work by Spiteri, but he got overwhelmed in the tackle instead, and it'll be a ball up. Great full frontal pressure by Montrose, as it's been so good for the past 10 or so minutes. Another ball up as Price Inglis laid the tackle. Nearly 23 minutes gone. 4-point lead to the Sharks. The tap down, ball in dispute. Now come out to Reese, whose floating kick's going to come straight back through his opposition, number 34 in Riley Hams. Is it going to be? He kicked it mostly laterally, and a great grab taken on the outer side by Vipond. Looping kick over the top, taken by Taylor. He's going to march down the wing. He's got a time and space for a bounce forward handball as well. Plenty of space on the outer side for Park Orchards to work their magic. Into the pocket they go. Bateman stuck the mitt out, just disrupted the flow of Park Orchards' advance, and over the boundary line it goes.
And I think all day we've seen that Park Orchards' ability to transition the ball with run and carry from the arcs has been much better than Montrose's.
Yeah, they've done it very, very well. Both teams, though, are setting up quite well, having more numbers behind the ball whenever the opposition are in the forward 50. So it's to get the ball out is a hard task.
Great opposition by Keppel, just whiffed on the ruck contest. McInerney was flummoxed, and now it's in dispute. Over the boundary line it'll go once more. 24 minutes gone. Montrose 7-11-53. Park Orchards 8-9-57.
Kudos to both teams for their defensive pressure. It's been absolutely phenomenal. Great game to watch.
Right, our forward flank. This ball is for Park Orchards as Witoff flew, won the tap down. Reese applies the tackle on his opposition number in Hams once again. Still at the right half forward flank for the Sharks. Can they extend their advantage? Or will Montrose be able to move from defence to attack? They won't be afforded that opportunity. It's Park Orchards with a shot on goal that'll go across the face and through for a minor. 5 points the margin. 8-10-58 Park Orchards to Montrose. 7-11-53 at the 24 and 3/4 minute mark of this third quarter. An entertaining contest out here between the D's and the Sharks. Two 2025 finalists going head to head.
I think Em made the point before about they're a bit cleaner at ground, aren't they, Park Orchards, especially around the contest. Certainly helping them at the moment.
Eels heads in the Bowden direction, went up against Ridley and was paid the grab. Former Mount Evelyn man, spent a season there last year and has come back to Montrose and has been a solid contributor in the senior lineup this season, playing shutdown roles on some of the key forwards as he heads in the direction there of Harry Whittle, who took the strong grab. Short inboard kick was dangerous. Smith went over the top of his head. Milton was there, locked up by Blakey. And right in front of us, this ball will be tossed up in the centre square of Montrose Recreation Reserve. No ruck went up. Smith was there on the ground. The kick off the deck from James Parsons gains territory. Ridley will run onto it first and pick it up cleanly to Jeffs. Jeffs on his left, heads near forward 50. It'll go inside there now. Chiampa up against Eels and Tennant. Tennant, the backwards handball, was one that flirted with danger and will be intercepted by the Sharks. Chiampa from the boundary misses to the left. And it's one straight kick in at 8-11-59, the Sharks, the Montrose, 7-11-53, 26 minutes gone. Brilliant effort from Chiampa.
If they can snag a goal in the next minute before the siren, it'll be great for them heading into three-quarter time.
Absolutely. Big Bo Tennant will bring this one back in.
Doesn't have to jump the fence like a little bit earlier today. He's got a bit more support now back there, does Big Bo.
Fraser Smith presents, is ignored. Tennant will send it to the McInerney direction. Of course, he does. Whittoff trying to battle for the spoil. He does that really well and lays the tackle as well. I've loved his game, Whittoff. Ridley tried to break through, just couldn't quite do so. Had to tackle, and Paul Yukoni in the stat centre.
Park Orchards have been unbelievable this quarter tackle-wise. They lead that department 16-7.
Brilliant pressure provided by the Sharks. Over the boundary line it was, and out in the full but even rock contest. Umpire couldn't tell which player got the actual tap over the boundary line.
Tell you one player that was in that passage of play before, Taj Heap, he really needs to step up for Montrose if they are to get over the line.
Whittoff just fought his way to the front of McInerney, but it's going to come right back through Britain. Brilliant smother. They've done that so well all day, and it was Taylor this time. Back to Taylor from the arc, top of the goal square. No one there. Bowden spilled it. Downey bearing down on him. Under pressure was the kick. Just spilled out to Keppel. Crashing through over to the boundary line. Hard fought stuff by the Park Orchards forward line to try and contain the Montrose defence. Unable to escape. 27 minutes gone. Nearly 28 minutes gone into play. McInerney juggled it to himself. Got it, squeezed a kick out somehow. Keppel tried to put the body on Smith. Unable to do so really. To great effect.
I don't think we're going to get much here. Both sides have an extra in the D50, so whoever clears it out is still probably going to get a turnover next kick.
We'll see if, oh God, swing and a miss by Smith.
We just got to get it out, don't we, Jared?
Yeah, absolutely. Up we go again. Numbers around the contest. And the siren has gone. And it's Montrose 7:11:53 to Park Orchards 8:11:59. It's three-quarter time here from Montrose Recreational Reserve. Don't go anywhere because we'll be back with you with an absolute cracker of a final quarter after this break.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastland Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round, coming to you live from Montrose Recreation Reserve. We've got a belter of a Division 1 clash here between Montrose and Park Orchards. Thank you very much for joining us on Eastern 98.1, the Facebook and the YouTube streams. Guys, this has been an absolute belter of a game. We've got any stats that take your eye, Paul?
Yeah, the clearances out in that third quarter, it was really even for the first half, but Park Orchards really took control of the clearances in the third term. Their tackling pressure staying in the third quarter was unbelievable. They won that by 10, 18-8, and they dominated the inside 50s 15-8.
Absolutely. And should we go to any scores that are occurring around the ground as well?
Well, we've got some real interesting scores here. So in Premier Division, Berwick 9-5-59 to Bowen 3-9-27. Blackburn 9-8-62 to South Croydon 7-9-51. East Ringwood 8-10-58 to Noble Park 7-4-46. And South Belgrave 10-11-71 to Donny East 10-8-68.
Well, my roughie, Noble Park, are within striking distance, shall we say.
You've done well with that, roughie. Paul, you got any Division 1 scores outside of this game, of course?
Division 1, North Ringwood 9-11-65 to Bayswater 1-17. Baronia 11-6-72 to Murrabak 2-6-18. Mitcham, Norwood 7-8-50 to Mitcham 7-7-49.
That's crazy. What? As if.
And Beaconsfield,
Norwood for the win, surely.
12-8-80 to Wanney South 10-8-68.
Wanney South, the last couple of weeks, not that great, yeah. Dropping off the bus. Do they have injuries or anyone got any goss?
I don't think so. I just think they've dropped off in general.
Yeah, I think other teams have worked them out a bit. Yeah.
Teams are starting to figure them out. Division 2, Paul, some interesting games there.
Division 2, East Burwood 10-5-65 to Croydon 6-6-42. Heathmont 7-9-51 to Ringwood 2-5-17.
And we'll go down boundary side to Blake Tennant, who's got Brett Johnson alongside him.
Yeah, just down here with Brett Johnson. Brett, they came at you hard, I think, as well. James, same as the third quarter. But you were talking about composure. Do you feel that was a bit down in that third quarter?
Yeah, I feel like both in the second and third quarter, when we've had ball in hand at times, in a controlled situation, we've just rushed it a little bit and just fed their game. So, yeah, just talk to the boys about, when they get those moments in this last quarter, just, making them make them defend, ask them the question.
And what's any key tactical moves that you're going to implement this last quarter?
We might see if we can get Britain a bit more forward this quarter, see if we can take a couple of marks down there. We'll see what we do with the Big O. The game's looking all right structure-wise. It's just ability to execute in those moments.
No worries. Enjoy the last quarter of the game.
Thanks there to Blake Tennant, Brett Johnson. Paul Yukono will get some Division 2 scores. We'll read out the Division 3 and Division 4 scores at the end of the game as well.
Yeah, so Mulgrave 11-12-78 to Scoresby 9-7-61. Tied between Surrey Park and Templestowe, 51 points apiece, and Lilydale 9-9-63 to Waverley Blue 7-9-51.
Massive opening 5 minutes to this quarter, no doubt, as it's going to be Park Orchards with the clearance through Taylor. Bouncing ball at half forward, scooped up by Eels. Hands it back to Bowden. Spilt ball by Hams, was good enough to recover it as well. Good class shown by him. Brilliant tackle. And it was heap in a heap as he goes to ground, and it's Mason Blakey who's really worked his way into the game since quarter time. Very impressive stuff on a brilliant kick to the lead of Ridley. Was the mark paid? Yes, indeed.
Blakey's really stood out in like you said, since the quarter time. Really enjoyed his game.
Yeah, been very, very good.
When they needed one of their experienced players to step up on cue, Blakey has stood up, Jared.
Ty Ridley to put the margin out to 12 points and really ask the question of Montrose as whether or not they can weather the storm here from the Sharks. Ridley, he's yet to kick a goal this year in the senior lineup, and there it is. Tyke Ridley gets the first of the fourth term for Park Orchards. Split the centre beautifully. Down to the boundary with Ryan Long.
Yeah, we sat at the Park Orchards huddle at three-quarter time. A lot of the messages that were said in that third quarter, really positive. Very, very happy with the two rucks in Josh and Niels when they go head-to-head with Big O. And just watch Liam Taylor in the last quarter. When he's having a rest, he's going to be playing forward, and they're expecting him to be dangerous down there.
2 goals separating the Sharks and the D's now. 9-11-65, plays 7-11-53. What can Montrose conjure? As it's another tap down for the Sharks. Blakey got the handball away, and the handball was a good one to Magnano. Heads inside, forward 50, in front position is Keppel. Plays on immediately, McLaren Spiteri streams into goal! And it's now out to 3 straight kicks. 71 plays 53, Brett Davidson.
And that's the danger and the value of Spiteri. He's run, and being able to do that then was it was fantastic.
Paul Ukone in the Stats Centre.
What a start to the quarter by Park Orchards. They've had 3 entries and they've had 2 marks inside 50. They've kicked the 2 goals.
Capable of this, Jared. Could this be, if they get over the line here, could this be a turning point for their season as well?
I would have to say I rate Montrose very high this season. The addition of McInerney has been all important, but what can they do? Now the tide is turning. McInerney gets the tap. Blakey read it perfectly. The whistle's gone, and it's going to be Park Orchards to send it forward again through Mason Blakey. Searching and searching. He's going to just send it down the line to the lead of Keppel. Storms out, but the kick was a little too cold for him.
It looks like Park Orchards are using 2 of their back line as a 5th and a 6th midfielder, which is adding more pressure to the contest, and they're able to use those spares to be able to get those handball receives and then actually do some nice accurate kicks into forward 50.
Ball spills into the pocket. Eels was there. Champa challenged over the line.
And it looks like Kane Keppel has been swung up forward, having played predominantly in defence the first 3 quarters as well.
Indeed.
Lights have just been turned on just then.
It is getting darker here.
Can we get the heaters turned on?
You're getting old and grumpy.
I know.
Need a good jacket.
Ball was in dispute, but good wrap up by Bo Tennant. Slapped down by Park Orchards. Hams first to it. Taylor, however, brought down at a great tackle. Ball up. As we wait on this one, the kick was smothered. It's come to Blakey, bouncing ball towards the boundary line, and it's scooped up by Taylor, fed out by Blakey. Parsons now wrapped up by Smith.
Pressure's really on Montrose now.
Yeah.
They're under siege a bit, aren't they?
It's going to be hard to transition the ball out.
We've not gone far from the past couple of stoppages. Trying to burst through and create an opportunity was Taylor. It spills out now to Hams. Was that a mark? Did it go 15? No. Britton wrapped up as he tried to work his way up the ground to affect this contest.
Yes, we'll have it tossed up once again. Tap down one by the Sharks. Hams tried to break away. Not Ping for holding the ball. Eels.
I mean, that was a risky tap going backwards in defensive 50 by McInerney. They were capitalising on that in their second quarter. I haven't seen much of it in the third.
He's almost being shell-shocked in this game is the Big O. As Chappell won that tap down and followed up with the tackle on Bo Tennant.
Well, I suppose if you're so dominant, it's very easy to read what his strengths are and easy to shark. So add a bit of pressure. I mean, a good ruck is only as good as the ability to clear the ball out from stoppage, right?
As Eels clears defensive 50, repelled by Bryce Inglis. The mark, will it be paid to Blakey? It is. Just kept it in play, did Mason Blakey. And boy, has he been magnificent in this second half. And as we mentioned, ever since quarter time, the vice-captain.
Yeah, been really impressed. Very, very impressed.
I think it's been his overhead marking crucial in good positions. That's really been impressive.
This would be a goal of the day contender as he goes around and misses to the left. 19 points though the margin, 10-12-72 Park Orchards to Montrose 7-11-53. 6 minutes gone, final quarter.
Old mate got a good view of that on his phone, but unfortunately not a good goal. Not a goal. So Montrose to bring this in. They are under a lot of pressure. These are critical stages for them to try and advance the ball forwards. Out comes, Tansmount was in that contest, but it's been taken away from him. It was Toop, in fact, who went up and couldn't take the mark, and now it's trailed over the boundary line.
As we mentioned at the start of the game, Orch are really good at condensing the ground, and that's a great example of their ability to get the ball, get numbers around the contest.
The tap came from Chappelle, slapped forward by Blakey, yet more impact. But Tennant shares it round and trying to escape the stoppage was O'Brien. Escape the contest was O'Brien. Schaefer juggled it, spilt it. White putting a lot of pressure on him. Schaefer comes up with it with authority. Just intercepted, however, by Britton. It's come to Galbraith. Now here's Montrose opportunity. Galbraith was tackled. It's come to Whittle. Stepping, spinning. White centres the ball. Important contest here. Off the hands of Hickey, who's come back onto the ground. He lays the tackle on Hayden Smith. Now to Watson. Breaking away a Montrose. Dribbling ball. Just the wrong side of the post. They get just one behind. They move to 7-12, 54 to Park Orchards, 10-13, 73. And, well, the Orchards advancing it forward straight away through Blakey. Now Downey attacking half of the wing.
Strong grab up against strong opposition, and Liam Bowded heads inside forward 50 because he's got a lead. It'll fall short of Ty Ridley, and Ty Galbraith will take a strong intercept grab, fake the original kick, heads inboard with a dangerous one, paid off to Smith. He'll go back on his mark and wheel around onto his left. He goes to Joel Tennant, who's up against two. Witoff was the only one who flew. Won it on the ground as well. Got it to Magnano. Magnano, a very good forward handball. And in turn, another good one to Tom Rees. Heads inside forward 50 now with the kick. There's a holding free kick found for the D's, and it's going to go to Bailey Bateman. Of course, the former Lilydale man, come across to Montrose last season. Predominantly reserves in 2026, but he's come into the senior lineup today as he heads out wide to Britton. Britton heads in the heap direction. Keppel applied the spoil, and it was an effective one. Out of bounds it goes.
I feel they didn't spread fast enough from that.
Yep. And Park Orchards have covered it very, very well.
They have.
They've pushed a lot harder both ways, I think, today. That's the difference as well. I think Montrose have been caught out a little bit, not pushing hard enough both ways.
There's no clear winner in that ruck contest. The kick off the deck won't be effective for Montrose. The kick off the deck again was nearly smashed into the head, and that might have been a Blakey. Inside 50, the Orch go at the left forward pocket for them. They have the numbers on the ground. The snap from Parsons extends Park Orchard's advantage out to 4 goals. 11-12, 78 to Montrose. 7-12, 54. 9.25 minutes gone. They're well and truly on top, Park Orchards.
Well, despite the word Sharon printed all over Blakey's face, it's all coming up Sharks right now.
And I think that if you look at that, we just looked at that in detail, the amount of players
that have gone up to him, and celebrated, and
all the players also, the Montrose players all went to the contest, and Park Orchards outside the contest, handball out. It was.
We're talking about two different things, Davo.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry, I saw the other one as well.
Contest, celebration,
same thing,
one or the
same
other.
thing.
Same, but different.
Whistle gone straight away, and it's going to be a free kick.
Might be going apart. Oh, no, it's Montrose.
To Montrose.
Well, they have to score.
This is their opportunity, yes.
Now.
He's a huge inside 50, and he just kicked it straight into the man on the mark. Gets it back at least, spiralling barrel into the goal square. It trails away, and that's not a great result for Montrose because it's gone over the goal line instead of the boundary line, and it will be just the 1 point. Park Orchards will recover possession.
Could be an important point though, Jared. Sorry,
I would say this is just a really important part psychologically for Montrose, right? They're under the pump, long down the line kicks. They're starting to play not the way they have been playing for the first 3
Brilliantly read by Fraser Smith. Sorry, Spiteri kicked it to the wing, but Fraser Smith playing in front, knew where that ball was going to land. Sends it out wider. Montrose now, mark inside 50 to Britton. This is a really hard angle. We saw a couple of weeks ago his former teammate Trent Dodd kick a goal like this.
If anyone can kick it, it's him. He's got a bit of the spectacular about him, so.
Absolutely.
You'd hope so with those bright red boots of his.
Yet to kick a goal today, Riley Britton. Coach said he was moved up forward. Hard kick for a right footer. It was close, but not close enough. Montrose advance a point closer. 11-13, 79 to 7-13, 55, 24-point lead for Park Orchards, and a tall order for Montrose to try and take this one back as Livingston takes the mark from the kick-in.
He's been impressive today too, Livingston.
He has.
Done a lot of good stuff.
Montrose starting to get some territory, but not converting as Galbraith flew alongside Wittoff. Reese there on the ground. Handball was read best though by the D's, who were under immediate pressure. Good tackle laid by Sammy Prest. I think that scoreboard there might be wrong, actually, the scoreboard there. We have on our scoreboard 22 points. I think Lee Green's always right, so... I
might have missed one.
As the tap down one by Park Orchards. Hayden Smith, kick was deflected. Back in favour of Park Orchards. Hickey with the handball. Intercepted by Galbraith. Galbraith got the handball away to Jenkins, who got it to Britton under pressure. Still managed to get a kick away to Whittle. Whittle handballed it off to Heap. Heap heads inside forward 50, over the top of White's head. McInerney's there, as is Josh McAuliffe, who's tackled. Out of bounds for a boundary throw. In fact, holding the ball, says the umpire. And this would be a very tough kick on goal from the Montrose skipper.
Exact same spot as Britton.
If ever there needed to be a captain's goal, it has to be now for Montrose.
He's been very quiet today.
He has.
I think he's been really well held down there.
Coming off a goalless performance against Mooroolbark last week. He's kicked the one goal today in this, his 99th senior game. 100th overall at the senior and reserves level as he comes in and nails that set shot. No. Again, that umpire has a flair for the dramatic, I must admit.
He's doing it well, isn't he?
He is.
He looks straight up at you too before he calls it.
As I'm not too sure. I think it might be 21 points the margin, 57 playing 78, 13 and a quarter minutes gone final call. We'll go with the scoreboard here, 56 plays 79.
Yeah, no, I think it is right now. I believe I didn't miss the point before. I put it on the wrong team, so I've corrected to their scoreboard.
Spiteri gets it to Taylor, spinning ball. It's going to come right back for Montrose. Not quite, though. Well read by Park Orchards. They'll escape again. Mark taken by McAuliffe. Feeds it out. It's Hickey living life in the fast lane at the moment of the Sharks. Spoiled to ground. Picked up. Good handball inboard. They're going to shower it around. No, the snap around the body into the goal square. Diving attempt at the mark by Downey. Not quite. It's going to ricochet through Bowden. Spiralling Torpor into the middle of the ground. Intercept mark taken by Spiteri. Centers it up. Price Inglis, no. This is going to be Thomas Reese to take the mark on the arc. He's a long way out. He'd have to back himself from here. And this could be a real dagger through the heart of the Demons.
I was going to say, if he kicks this, it's almost game over. 5 goals, and they haven't kicked one in this last quarter, and they've only kicked, 1 goal in the second half. It's a tall order for the D's to come back from here.
Thomas Rees from the edge of the square. It's going to be a monster kick if he gets it. No, not quite spoiled. Back into play. Scooped up by Champa. But well read, though, by Toop. Kick on the outside of the boot for Montrose. Wasn't great, but it was good enough to find the boundary line, and Champa made sure of that. We've gone nearly 15 minutes in this final quarter. Park Orchards on the edge of taking a win off of Montrose at their home deck. The visitors playing so well here. Ball hits the deck. Scooped up by Blakey. Feeds it out to Agnew, who's back on the ground after the yellow card, but over the boundary line it goes.
They're doing it again.
As the chants are starting to ring around the oval at Montrose. Chappelle slaps it. Park Orchards locking it in there, 50. Hickey was part of that. Blakey forces the issue into the pocket. Coming out strongly was Downey. Hands it to Hickey. There's the knockout punch. The Sharks! They've taken the win from Montrose here at their home ground. And what an important win this will be for the Division 1 contenders.
And potentially, if Beaconsfield do get over the line against Wantirna South, they jump up into third through Park Orchards with this victory.
Yeah, look, this has been a huge performance, and when Montrose review this, they're going to see that a couple of things. They're going to see how clean Park Orchards have been with the one touch. They're going to see how many times that they've been able to smother the kick or handball of the Montrose players. And I think they've just been able to run a lot harder than Montrose. So there's a bit to work for Montrose, which is really interesting.
And the Sharks will remain undefeated and get a free kick in the centre square. Chappell heads inside forward 50. Campbell on a long lead. Took the uncontested grab in the end, Hayden Campbell.
Park Orchards have taken 5 marks inside 50 to 0 in this last quarter.
And Campbell can go back. He's only kicked 1 senior goal to date, this being his 7th senior game. A key member of the Park Orchards 19s the last couple of years. This is his 2nd senior game. He played his first back in round 1 against Norwood. He comes in now from outside the arc. Good connection. Good finish. And it is well and truly game over out here at Montrose Recreation Reserve. 13-13-91, the Sharks to Montrose 57, and we've played 17.25 minutes in this last quarter.
I did say that it would be a 6-goal breeze, a 6-goal win. I just got the wrong team, that's
yes. Ditto. I did not expect this from Park Orchards.
I think it was only Em and Paul that tipped Park Orchards, actually. So
it was by 2 goals, but I'll happily take the tip.
Got to say, it's probably their best win all season.
100%. That's their 9th individual goal kicker, and they're set to go 7-0 against Montrose as well.
You know what? The game's not over, guys. Stop talking like
that. Excuse me. Well, it'll be yet another
free. Taylor?
Another free out of the centre. This time to Taylor, as you say, Park Orchards, they're not taking the foot off the pedal just yet. Into the 50, Agnew was there, spilled out of the hands of Vipond, Hams at ground level.
I think Park Orchard's game plan or game style suits this ground, and they've been really able to capitalise on that.
For years now.
Years.
Spiteri feeds it out to Parsons, outside of the right, spiralling ball, and just the one behind.
Again, great hands and great one touch from the ground. They've just been able to do that so much better today than Montrose.
13-14-92 to 7-14-56.
To be fair, I think
18.5 minutes gone.
Montrose have done that quite well for at least the first half. It's just maintaining the full 4 quarters of it, that's all.
Still have plenty to build on. Still some key names to come into the lineup as well as Tennant to Milton.
That is a good point, Josh, because we haven't really gone through the fact that they are missing Whitnish, Webb, Heron, Wilson, Cridland, Morton, Prosinax,
and Park Orchards were 27 points down in this game.
I think it's about a 62-point turnaround as inside 50 the D's go after Britton took the mark on centre wing. The Sharks clear. Keppel happy to be taken over by Tanzanite.
I think we all agreed that the 27-point differential, it didn't feel like a 27-point differential.
No, it didn't.
They were in the game, they just couldn't score.
Is that raining?
It's something.
It's definitely getting heavier.
As the kick goes inside forward 50 from Milton. No mark taken by the D's. It will be now, though. The intercept grab taken by Watson, who looks to play on immediately. Jeff's almost encroaching him on the mark, decides to go for broke and misses to the right.
Yeah, just light showers at the moment right now, but I guess it's raining goals from Park Orchards at the moment. That's bringing it down, I reckon.
7-15-57 to Park Orchards, 13-14-92. That's a good one, Blake.
You sound very happy to say that, Blake, as well.
Very
the amount of enthusiasm that came from that.
Very punny.
How are you going down there, Ryan? You look warm, you look comfortable.
Well, Em's got my jacket, actually, so I'm not thrilled about it.
Well, it could be coming back.
You did offer, so that's on you.
Fired out the handball did Tennant. Watson now for a reprieve from that previous shot at goal. That one around the corner, but no. Yet another behind for Montrose. Another couple of people missing for Park Orchards that I failed to mention. Alex Macricanis and Henry Amir as well.
Yeah.
That's a slate of players that I'm not sure what the time frame is on any of them, to be perfectly honest with you, but if they're at all going to come back during the finals, look out.
I was going to say, Prozanak, I think, is done for
He's done,
year.
yeah.
But otherwise, there's a lot of good players in this lineup as the D's heads inside forward 50 once again. On the ground, the snap might have been smothered from Jenkins. It goes to the right anyway. Peppering the goals, but not converting are the D's. And I think there's 7-17-59 to Park Orchards, 13-14, 92. 21 and a quarter minutes gone in this final quarter.
I'd be interested to know what they've kicked since half-time. It would only be one goal, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Since
I think it'd be one goal.
One goal since half-time. 1 goal, 8, in fact. No mark taken on the wing as the noise level rises from the balcony. Oh, Champa just slips over, much to the delight of the Montrose Reserves players over here. Right in front of the Park Orchards bench will be the throw-in. We've gone 22 minutes in the final quarter. Game well and truly on ice. McInerney and Chappell will wrestle. Chappell got the tap down that time. Hickey was there but wrapped up. Rolling maul of a contest as Chappell tried to take a couple of midfielders with him. Didn't happen. And again, over the top, Chappell. Umpires called the high free kick. McInerney will take this. Hate to say it, but maybe Bronx cheers as the mark's taken. And this is Taj Heap. We've seen very little from him throughout the day. High up and under. It comes to ground level. Spilt out to Jenkins, but his kick was intercepted in the pocket. It was never going to be anywhere close to on target. Park Orchards now to advance forward. And that kick, well, it was a contest. Now spilt out the back of said contest. Loping along the boundary line is Jenkins. Is able to scoop it up. Has a couple of sharks for company. They both smell blood as Fraser Smith just tries to put himself over the ball, doing his best not to drag it in, yet still not go anywhere with it.
I tell you what, Jeffs has been really solid in defence as well. Just noticing them, just his ability to be able to clear the ball that 40 to 45 metres each time, been really important in these conditions.
Light rain skewing sideways, as you can see on the vision, making the contest a lot more scrappy than it already had been. Spiteri just spun his way into a double tackle by Montrose, brought down by White. Another ball up at the corner of the square, attacking half for Montrose. McInerney in a wrestle with Chappell, got the tap. Smith was there, but a boot came out of nowhere for Park Orchards to send the territory forward. Good wrestle by Champa. He's been tenacious all day. Ball at ground level, scooped up. Now it's come to Hayden Smith. High ball inside forward 50. It's mostly Sharks. Spills to ground level. The kick, was it? It didn't go anywhere. Magnano's there. No. Jenkins wrapped up. Brought to ground. Ball not going to spill out from there.
How good defensively was that? Another smother of the short kicker. They've just done it so well, Park Orchards.
They have. The pressure game has been elite by them. If we want to talk about 1%ers, Park Orchards might be leading the league in that. Oh, Jenkins, soccer style kick out of the air. Didn't go very far though. Scooped up by Heap. Consolation goal on offer for him, but it hits the post.
It's also the four-quarter effort by Park Orchards as well, and I think that comes down to the experienced players that they have playing for them and being able to, show everyone else how to play a game of football, especially at this level at Division 1.
I was going to say, there's a bit more experience on this Park Orchard side, despite the fact they are missing some of their experienced heads, as mentioned, like a Prozanak, but they're still performing well today and are set to go back to Dominique Reserve with the 4 points and potentially sitting inside the top 3 as McLaren's Materi's kick was spoiled over by his opposition number in Boston O'Brien. And we'll have a boundary throw in between wing and half forward for the D's.
Just the third senior game for Boston O'Brien.
He'll learn a lot from this contest as well, as will guys like Matt Toop, who's shown a bit as well. Corey Agnew and William Milton are exciting prospects as well for the D's. But, I mean, you look at this Park Orchard side and, yeah, there's some younger players, but there's still some players who have that a bit more senior experience as well in comparison to Montrose, who have a lot of younger players.
Well, that's the other side of the coin of injuries. You get senior games into your depth players.
And you'll immensely benefit as Hickey went off the deck. Tennant applies the pressure from Chiappa. Almost too much pressure applied from him. A bone-crunching tackle from O'Brien as it starts to get a bit more vocal out here at Montrose Recreation Reserve. Hickey. Kick, all in the end, work out to Keppel, looping handball to Jeffs. Jeffs to Ridley, left foot snap. All miss to the left to be out of bounds on the full.
That was a 1-on-5 and he still got the hand pass out.
Yeah.
It's so impressive.
And that was a left foot torp he's kicked. He's miskicked the torp out of bounds, but I tell you what, just magnificent work again. It was all one-touch stuff.
As Josh Chappell gets cheered off the ground after a great performance today. The kick went short to Taj Heap.
Was it cheered or jeered, Josh?
I think it was cheered with the Park Orchards reserve voice in front of us. As Heap heads to the far side, looks in the Whittle direction, flew and brought it down to ground. Smith, handball off to Bowden. Bowden looking again for Whittle, but spilts it. Price Inglis, short kick is a good one. And the Sharks head inside forward 50. Ciampa did well against Bo Tennant to force a contest. He's there again after getting the handball from Magnano. Broke the tackle, heads inside forward 50. Something out of nothing from Christian Ciampa, and it's going to be Kieran Hickey who can go back and kick a second or third goal in this contest for someone who's been absolutely brilliant today in midfield, despite the fact he spent 15 minutes in the sit bin.
Yes, and look, and he, but again, that's just clean work, clean hands. Even the mark, not an easy mark with this ball at that level.
Especially in the wet.
Yeah, he's done they've done very, very well. Super impressed with him.
About 30 metres out, he'll kick this from miss to the left.
I just even like the ability for them to be free in the forward 50. That's smart football all the way to the end of the game. That's what separates top sides from bottom sides.
Right up the middle, Witoff got the punch on that. Montrose kick in, tapping it to no one's advantage was Vipon, but Blakey is just going to take them all on. Stole the handball and stole the march. Lewis Downey takes the mark at half forward for the Sharks.
There's the difference today. That's been the difference. That handball then missed the target. Park Orchards is hitting targets.
Looking to sink the knife in further at Park Orchards. But the mark was taken by Tennant.
He's been good today.
The siren's gone. It's over here at Montrose Recreation Reserve. The Demons go down 7-19-61 to Park Orchards 13-15-93. And it's an important win for Park Orchards. They've taken an authoritative game over here against one of their fellow finals contenders. They've beat Mitcham, that's for sure, but now a game against Montrose. This is Park Orchards really making a statement today.
This is probably their best victory of the season. Mitcham, they had their outs when they met earlier in the year, but this is against the weakened Montrose outfit, but was still in really good form heading into this game, Brett Davidson and Emily McCall.
They were a little bit weakened, but so were Park Orchards. I just think that was a complete four-quarter game. Even the first quarter when they were outscored, they still played well. I thought their structure stood up incredibly well, and I think... not that Montrose weren't well coached. I think Paris did a great job with some of his matchups. I think the fact that he worked really hard with pricing was start cutting out the forward line of Montrose. I thought the ruck contest was superb. I just think all round they played a very, very good brand of footy for 4 full quarters. They surprised me, and I was very impressed. And they'll be a tough team to play in finals if they come with that aggression that they did in that first 15, which set the standard of the game, I think.
Could this be a turning point for their season? I mentioned it during the call. I personally think it can be for the Sharks.
Yeah, I have to agree.
Yeah, look, and as I said to Paris earlier, I thought they were probably, I suppose, not giving them the credit they deserve. For being where they are at the moment, but today was the one that they stood up with.
It's proof. It's proof of concept, really.
As we'll head down boundary side, looks like Ryan Long and Blake Tennant have got Kieran Hickey and Josh Chappell alongside them.
Yeah, Josh. Another win here. Against a they did.
Yeah, there was a.
I want to bring him a bit closer, guys.
Yeah. Might be having some technical difficulties with the mic. Hopefully, it might be Ryan's mic actually.
Well, hopefully we can work them out. Still
you find his game.
Yeah, if you can...
Gonna have to walk a little bit closer, guys.
Yeah, you might have to. Unfortunately, we're suffering a few technical difficulties.
He's a really high quality player. He's been dominating all year, and it was actually a really good challenge. I love these challenges, and I feel like he tried to rise to the occasion. But boy, he's tough to play on.
Yeah, might have to move a bit forward.
You're working really hard at training with Neil So and trying to get a few things and trying to create a combination where we can both play in the same squad and both in the same 22. So I thought today we did really well, sort of 7-8 minute rotations. He comes at the end and just jumps all over the other rucks, but he's pretty athletic and pretty swingy. So I think we're forming a good little 1-2 punch, and hopefully we can roll that into the back end of the year.
Fantastic game from you. Congratulations. Enjoy the win.
Cheers. And we go to Blake Tennant with Kieran Hickey alongside him.
Yeah, just down here, Kieran Hickey. Bit of an enemy today, mate, or off the sim bin as well. But how do you enjoy that feeling down here at which is pretty full of Montrose supporters here, and you delivered on the big stage, I guess?
Yeah, it's a tough game coming out here and playing on this deck and the quality side, so it's great to them. It's lucky to get the
Disappointing last week against North Ringwood, a 2-goal loss, but talk about what makes this team so special. You know, you've beaten Montrose ever since Park Orchard's coming into First Division and obviously Premier coming down. What has this group come to? Because they've been a terrific team. I know they've been up and down with some of the performances, but how does this group still kick on?
Well, I'd say, we've got all the young boys coming through. It's just next man up mentality. We got a few ins this week with a few injuries, and they stood strong. And it's the young boys and the depth that, actually everyone just steps up when they need to.
Alright, so I'm sure they want to hear the song with you, mate, so I'll let you sing it with them.
Thanks there to Blake Tennant and Ryan Long. Great job on the boundary. Unfortunately, there were some technical difficulties as it cut out, but great to hear from Josh Chappell and Kieran Hickey, two of the better players, and will probably feature in the votes today. So we might go to some scores a little bit later on, but we'll try to get the song. Thanks to Tobin Brothers Funeral, Celebrating Lives.
You noticed we were freaking out about some of the scores there, Josh.
Yes, I did.
We will hold our breath on those.
We'll hold out for now as the Park Orchards boys make their way into the rooms. As mentioned, the song brought to you by Tobin Brothers Funeral, Celebrating Lives, and we can hear them from down on ground level as well. They and absolutely deserve to be up and about after what was a fantastic full quarter effort against the Montrose side that was entering this game in some really strong form.
What a big win for the likes of Hayden Campbell, Zach Vipond, Sammy Prest, Niels Wethoff, all these players that are Thomas Reese, players that have come up from the reserve side, and they've slotted right in as we go down to the song.
Park Orchard song brought to you by Tobin Brothers Funeral, Celebrating Lives. We might go to one last break shortly. When we return, we'll go through our awards, the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day, the Cryo Stay Young Best on Ground, and bring you all the around the ground scores. Final score out here, Montrose Park Orchards 13-14-92, defeating Montrose 7-19-61.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastland Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds even in winter absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Montrose Recreation Reserve. Park Orchards victors out here 92-61. They're going through the multiple goal scorers. Tyrone Galbraith was the only multiple one for Montrose with 2. For Park Orchards, James Parsons, Lewis Downey, Kieran Hickey and Ty Ridley both kicked 2 goals each. Josh Waddy alongside Jarrett Beanland, Brett Davidson, Emily Mackay, Ryan Long, Blake Tennant and Paul Yacone as well. As you can see just how closed in we are out here at Montrose Recreation Reserve, which is always a nice spot to call from.
Tight squeeze.
Mm-hmm. It's a very tight squeeze, that is for sure. But we'll go through our 2 awards. The Tobin Brothers goal of the day. Now, there were a couple of contenders from a Park Orchard side of things. I have penciled down Kieran Hickey, Mason Blakey. There was that good team goal that led to Zach Vapon kicking a goal. James Parsons also had a pretty good one, and Lewis Downey. Do we have any nominations for the goal of the day? Em, I'm going to you first.
I had Downey written down. Downey, oh no, I had another one, but no, Downey. Just go Downey.
I'm going to go
Downey.
Hickey. Hickey was pretty good.
Yeah. Davo?
Yeah, I think Hickey's was pretty good too.
I think you're all wrong.
I'm happy for you to go wherever you want on this one. I'm not too sure.
There was too many goals.
Yeah. I think the majority is leaning towards Kieran Hickey, so we'll give him the. Well, I know you didn't. No, most everyone else. I thought Hickey's.
Everyone doesn't even have a vote, but whatever, that's fine.
Kieran Hickey
not mad, just disappointed.
Kieran Hickey gets the Tobin Brothers goal of the day.
And what do they get with that?
$50 Coles Myer gift voucher. So maybe shout a slap for someone at Liquorland or somewhere like that.
Well, you tell Danny that he lost $50. That's you guys.
Anyway, moving on to the Cryo Stay Young Eastland best on ground. And Brett Davidson, he's already got his hand up. He's that eager to give his 3-2-1. And Ryan Long or Blake or someone will take this down.
Alrighty.
In front of me, so Blake, you're
why don't we let Em do it? Em hasn't done it all yet. Let Em do it. I want to see Em do this.
All right, so
give it to Em.
Let Jared and I just count votes.
All right, I'm giving 1 vote to Fraser Smith. I thought he was outstanding all day. I thought he defended well. He took some really big crunches, but I thought his defensive work was outstanding. I do have, there's a few boys I've got to apologise for Park Orchards not getting him in, but I'm giving 2 votes to Mason Blakey. I thought his marking was great all day, but I think it was where he took the marks that were really crucial and at crucial times, and his work rate over the last half was outstanding. I'm giving 3 votes to Josh Chappell. I just thought the fact of we all thought that Oscar McInerney was going to take over the game. He came out, Josh, and his first contest was physical. He then got stuck into McInerney the entire game with his physicality. And McInerney still did some good work, don't get me wrong, but he didn't dominate in the way that we thought. And Chappell just worked and worked and worked, and thought it was it wasn't so much a great move from Paris, because we always knew he was going to be in the ruck. But I just think his work rate was just was huge all day, and I'm giving him 3 votes.
Emily Mackay, I'm going to you next.
So I've gone with Schaefer for 1. And then we've got, similar to you, Davo, I've got Chappell for 2, and then Blakey for 3. For me, Blakey was a real standout after that first quarter. He's coming forward and being really, really proactive. I really liked that side of things. So, yeah, they're my 1, 2, 3. Blake, have you got that written down?
I am actually going to go.
Josh is the one doing the.
I'm actually going to throw to you next for your 3, 2, and 1.
It was really a tight squeeze, but I'm going all the Sharks players in this one. I thought James Parsons, just give him a little bit of credit. 2 goals, playing as that high, pushing into the midfield. Thought he was pretty good. I thought Corinne Hickey was pretty good. I'm going to give him 2 votes. 2 goals coming from the midfield. But I do back yourself in there, Davo. Josh Chappell for me gets the 3 votes.
Brian Long.
Yeah, Dave, I'm not copying your votes. I just haven't got a team sheet in front of me, so I'm just having a look through the names. I'm going to give 1 to Blakey. I thought particularly in that third quarter when they did get on top, I thought he was massive, and really in the second half in general, and just didn't do anything wrong when he used the football. Very good ball user. So I'll give him 1. I'll give 2 to Hickey. I may have given him 3 if he didn't come off for 15 minutes with the yellow card. But I thought he gave him a bit of a spark to the midfield, particularly when they needed that in that second quarter. Big response goal in the second term, right from the middle, that got him within a goal going into the half-time break. I thought he was massive throughout the afternoon. I'm going to back in now, our man Josh, for our 3 votes. I thought he, up against what is, really an unstoppable force in the Big O. I thought he adapted well. The Big O coming into this game has really had his way against probably every ruckman in the division so far, and I thought they really adapted well after quarter time, and I just thought his work rate throughout the afternoon was phenomenal. So 3 to Josh.
Son to pull away is Josh Chappell. Paul Yukone, I'm going to you next.
I'm giving 1 vote to Schaefer, 2 to Blakey, and 3 to Chappell.
Jared, your 3, 2, and 1.
Yep, I've got just the 1 for Josh Chappell. I think, absolutely curtailed the influence of Oscar McInerney. I also think that maybe they didn't use Oscar McInerney as well as they could have Montrose, and that's less to do with Park Orchards than it is Montrose. I've got 2 for Kieran Hickey and 3 for Mason Blakey. I thought Blakey's impact was magnificent since quarter time.
I've gone the exact same as you, so great minds think alike is what I'm putting it down to. 3 to Mason Blakey, 2 to Kieran Hickey, and 1 to Josh Chappell. I was tempted to go with Neil Switoff because I thought when he went into ruck, was also really good.
He looks like a young ruckman too, so it's good to see that they've got the old and the new sort of ruckman, so it's good. So who won, Josh? Were you keeping track?
I'm just
Josh Chappell.
I think it is Josh Chappell who got 16 votes. Mason Blakey, I'm just counting.
He got 10.
He got
11?
Yeah, I think something like that. So
Kieran Hickey with 6.
Josh Chappell,
Josh Chappell, the Cryo Stay Young, best on ground. That's a $50 Cryo Stay Young voucher going in his direction, and I'm sure he'll take that to good advantage as well, the big man.
Absolutely. More information on Cryo Stay Young Eastland as well. Keep an eye on the socials this week. Some packages for clubs to really get involved with, but certainly get down to Eastland to Stay Young Cryo.
Unfortunately, I've got to run because I've got my basketball game that I've got to cover. But, pleasure to work with you guys. And I'll see some of you tomorrow, of course, for the big Sunday game. It's becoming a tradition. But, hopefully everyone's well, and I hope you all get looked after behind there. So,
I was going to say, you've organised it. You've organised it, Blake. You've done a magnificent job on the boundary today.
My people. So I work with you guys. So I want to make sure you guys get looked after.
This might bump them up my hospitality club rankings. So I did have them in the top 5 on EFNL Inside. No, Ryan didn't, but...
I didn't know this was the thing. I'm very passionate about hospitality from clubs, so I've got to get onto this.
Yeah.
They do a great job here at Montrose.
They do a magnificent job, and I hear it's free beers as well after the game. So,
who's your top? Who's top of that list?
I had Upper Ferntree Gully because they were great last week.
Yeah.
Berwick were second, and I think I had Sylvan and Baronia in the top 4 as well. They were also really good.
Well looked after at all those clubs.
All clubs always treat us very well, but it's great being out.
I don't know about that.
Well, most clubs do, but good stuff from the big man Blake Tennant. A magnificent job today down on the boundary alongside our illustrious leader who did a great job toughing the conditions as well. We'll get to our farewells later, but it was what you see from the game down on ground level alongside Blake.
Yeah, I thought particularly, the quarter-time huddle down at Park Orchards at Domini Reserve, at quarter-time today, they were very positive in the way things are going. The only thing they said was their last kick inside forward 50 was where they were letting themselves down. But they knew they were right in the game, and I think both Davo and Em probably talked about, particularly in the first half, even when they were 5 goals down, that the scoreboard probably didn't reflect the contest. They were still in this game, and once they did get on top, I thought their midfield just killed Montrose in the end. Their back 6 for the D's are under a ton of pressure, particularly late in the game, and once they got, I think, that first goal of the last quarter, honestly, I know the game was still alive, but it felt done. It felt done. It didn't feel like the D's were going to come back, and their only last couple opportunities in front of goal were low percentage shots in that final quarter, right tucked away on that boundary side. So they never really looked like scoring in that final term. And I think the margin in the end, 5 goals, is probably a fair reflection on the game.
Well, it was 1 goal 9 they kicked in the second half in the end. I think it was something like that, which is... For a side that has piled on
one goal 9.
Just for a side that piled on the big score for a majority of the season, I mean, they still get 50 plus, but that's something they'll have to work on over the next couple of weeks.
And really, when you look at the 1-9, it's not like they had 9 set shots at goal, 30 out in front. They had a lot of scrambled shots. I think they kicked 2 or 3 points from the boundary shots from 45 out. So they never really had some clear air when it was kicking for goals. So,
but that's a testament to the way that Park Orchards
without a doubt,
right?
And their pressure is immense. That is what they do so well when they're on their game, Park Orchards.
I would love to see Premier data and see how many smothers that they had Park Orchards, because their work around the contest where every time Montrose got the ball, I can't remember a clear kick out of the contest that Montrose had for most of the game. Whereas Park Orchards managed to get that one handball out and then a clear kick, and as the game went on, they just got better and cleaner as the game went on. So
I think that's their experience too, though. So it's the inside and the outside balance, in terms of contest, and then it's that ability to hold out far enough that you can capitalise on winning the ball on the outside as well. Whereas Montrose, when they were under pressure, especially in that last, they tended to cave in a little bit more and lose a lot of that structure. So I don't know whether that's an inexperienced thing, but I think it's just something that Park Orchards have done really well. Obviously watched them last year quite a bit, and then this year. So there's a reason why they were playing in the grand final last year.
I find it very interesting because I think coming into this game it felt like Mitcham, North Ringwood, and then maybe Montrose, depending on where they finish at the end of the year, the 3 premiership contenders. And we sort of wrote off Park Orchards. Yes, they're winning some games, but they probably don't look their best. They've got some key outs. I spoke to Prosnak there at the final siren. Obviously he's done for long term, and he's on the crutches, and they had a series of guys come out of the side in recent weeks, and just looks like maybe this just isn't their year. This is a fantastic win on the road. I know they've got a great record against Montrose coming into it, but the D's are in good form. This is by far their best win of the season. Maybe we, us just sort of sleeping on them a little bit, because the way it's sort of situated at the moment, they're probably still a very good chance to finish with the double chance. And once you get into that position, I think you're in a winnable position coming into the finals.
And I think that's what we talked about with Paris. In the pre-match we were talking, and I was the first one to put my hand up and say I didn't think they had been travelling that well until I had a look at their results. And their results had, they've lost 3 games. The 3 games they had lost were twice to North Ringwood and once to Warney South, all by under 12 points.
Yeah.
So they've not been beaten badly. They're still scoring quite well. They've still got a good percentage. And yet we've kind of like, they'd been, I suppose, hidden by what they did last year and the way they dominated last year. And so this year, with a lot of outs, they've been, still travelling pretty well. And today, they stamped. Today was the day they said, right, finals are in whatever weeks they are, and we've just put our name up to say, well, you know what, you now need to talk about us when you're talking about North Ringwood, you're talking about Montrose, you're talking about Mitcham, you now got to put us in there as well.
Well, maybe they're building into the season, which is what they haven't done really the last couple of years. They've just blitzed the division at the start of each year, and teams like South Belgrave, like Mitcham, have figured them out. Obviously, South Belgrave at the start of this season. This time around, they're just slowly building their form, heading into finals, which can only hold them in good stead.
Well, they're also playing a few younger players as well, so they're generating a little bit more depth. So they had some really good 19s that are obviously coming up and playing this year. But I think it's also just a testament to the strength of the Division 1 competition.
It is.
It's hard to compete. You have to have so much depth and so much consistency, and you have to have good senior players. And I think Div 1 has actually really in the last couple of years been quite young, and now we're seeing it all sort of come to fruition now.
And I think that's where Montana South is starting to fall off. They perhaps just don't quite have the attrition rate that, or the ability to deal with the attrition that Park Orchards does, having spent a few years in Division 1.
But what Warney South have done, which is frustrating everyone, they've won again today by a point.
Yeah.
They've drawn the game through. He won by a...
Perfect.
Well, Norwood won today as well.
Perfect transition.
We're jumping ahead of ourselves.
Perfect transition. Paul Ucano, I'm going to you for some scores around the grounds, final scores coming through.
All right, in Premier Division, Berwick 9-7-61, 1 over Berwick, 7-9-51. Blackburn 15-8-98 to South Croydon, 11-13-79. East Ringwood 12-14-86 to Noble Park, 8-10-58. Donny East 16-11, 107 to South Belgrave, 12-13-85. In Division 1, North Ringwood 13-15-93 to Bayswater 3-3-21. That's a final score. Boronia 13-10-88 to Mooroolbark 4-6-30. Norwood 9-9-63 to Mitcham 8-11-59.
Is that upset of the week, or is it upset of the
That's the upset of the year.
Yeah, I agree.
That's the upset of the year.
And Warney South 15-10-100 to Beaconsfield 15-9-99.
Does that mean with the two wins or 3 wins for Norwood that they clear up?
Two games.
Probably officially
cements their
officially rules out Bayswater. I mean, mathematically yes, but realistically no, that's it.
And with Norwood winning, Montana South are now up into second place on the Division 1 table. Which is remarkable because they haven't been at their best the last couple of weeks, but are still getting over the line.
Look, I think they're the 5th best side in the top 5.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
That's what happens when Montrose drop a game to Mooroolbark. That's what happens when Montrose drop a game to Mooroolbark, Mitcham drop a game to Norwood. I'm sure there's another upset that happens somewhere.
Crazy.
Yeah.
All right, we're getting off track. Paul, Division 2.
All right, Division 2, East Burwood 12-6-78 to Croydon 8-9-57. Heathmont 10.
Get a read on that.
Oh, they drive me nuts.
They do.
East Burwood.
They drive everyone nuts. Paul, continue.
Heathmont 10-10-70 to Ringwood 4-9-33. Mulgrave 14-19-103 to Scoresby 11-12-78. Surrey Park 9-6-60 over Templestowe 8-10-58. And Lilydale 9-10-64 to Waverley Blues 8-11-59.
That's a big result.
That's a big,
as well, right?
big result, yep. And I think the Surrey Tempe one, it's a great result. First time Surrey have beaten Tempe for a long time.
And forever.
Ever. So there's a big result.
And it's I'm not on camera.
And it's 1v2, and that's a grand final taster, and that's fantastic.
Wow, it is.
In Div 3 now, Donvale 14-13-97 to Sylvan, 12-11-83. Knox 13-11-89 to Ferntree Gully, 10-11-71. The Basin 14-26-110 to Oakley District, 1-1-7. And Upper Gully 9-9-63 to Coldstream, 9-5-59. And finally, in Div 4, Bulleen Templestowe 13-12-90 to Bayswater, to Doncaster 6-3-39. Croydon North Emlock 23-12 150 to Forest Hill 7-9-51. Kilsyth 11-9-75 to Fair Park 8-12-60. And
hello.
Wow.
Sorry, did you say Kilsyth 75?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a big result.
That's a huge result. That's two big games in 2 weeks for Kilsyth.
Yeah, and finally Warrandyte 30-22, 202 to Nunawading 2-4-16.
Well, while we're at it, it might get you to jump on the ladder.
I didn't mean to relegate Bayswater to Div 4, but yeah.
Jump on the ladder for Division 4. Where does that put Kilsyth now? They've had a draw last week, a big win over Fair Park.
Calling it now, they're going to win the flag.
Kilsyth are still 5th, but yeah, they're currently on 5th there, a game and a half behind Churnside Park, who had the bye.
But two games in front, 2.5 games.
They're a game and a half in front. They're a game and a half behind Bulleen, Templestowe and Fair Park, who have played the same amount of games. So
yes,
it just at least
and 2 games behind
Warrandyte.
It does
for sure.
And you can tell your Fair Park mate who said a few things about me and where I had Fair Park finishing after last week's podcast. So I thought they'd slip to the 3rd or 4th spot. You can just give him a message after the broadcast.
Of course.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Joe.
Are Kilsyth the Park Orchards of Div 4?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
No.
I don't think they're.
Not good enough during the finals.
No. I don't know if they're going to make the finals. They've still got a bit of work to do. They're sitting 5th. They've got a bit of
Bulleen Temp breathing down the necks. Yeah.
I'm confident in the Bulleen.
Okay. Would they be like a Beaconsfield?
I would say a Beaconsfield would be probably a closer comparison.
But Beacons
could shape the fall.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, they're still in the mix.
Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense to me. I do want to have a look at Division 3 because there are closer...
happy man.
Nice. There are closer games in Division 3 than you would have expected.
Sylvan took it up to Donvale.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And Coldstream took it up to Upper Gully as well.
Come from behind win for Upper Gully.
Yes.
I'm not surprised about Sylvan because they play that ground really well, and usually they are competitive against Donvale at Sylvan. So, but I think the Vale's bigger bodies would have prevailed in the end out there.
And I'm not a huge fan of Knox's scoreline against Ferntree Gully. I feel like this was a game that they probably should have really put them away.
Yeah. They had a very good side in too, Knox.
Not a bad performance. Not a bad performance by Ferntree Gully.
Yeah.
One more thing I want to touch on before we finish on Premier Division, the Berwick win.
That's massive.
Dave, we're talking about Baldwin as this block of 3 games they had last week. They had a big game against East Ringwood.
Baldwin's percentage is 81.2.
Do you have an answer for that, Ryan? Do you have an answer for that?
Thank you, Paul. I was just about to ask you that. Where do they sit on the ladder?
So Baldwin now move.
It's got no context for anyone that didn't watch last week's game. That's funny.
Yeah, so Baldwin are 7th now.
Yeah.
So Baldwin are half a game outside the 5, but I mean, as far as top 3 concerns, they're 3.5 wins games behind.
I think they missed the finals. They've got Vermont next week at Vermont Recreation Reserve.
Vermont have been good in the last couple of weeks.
Yep, that's their season on the line there. If they don't win that, they're they're out of the race, I think.
I agree. I think they are too. And they're the other thing is they're not even getting close.
No.
They're not, they're not being beaten by 100 points, but they've had, a couple of like 30, 40 point losses to teams around them, and that's their scoring potential has just dropped right away. They're not scoring at all.
And players are starting to come back into the lineup as well, like Obi Chambers and Muller Mock came back in, Ryan.
I think we're talking from an AFL point of view. We talk about Brisbane a bit, the last 2 back-to-back flags, and talk, well, when are they going to click into gear? And they've started to do that in the AFL terms of things. We've talked that about Bourne last few weeks. So they'll click into gear, they'll get on a run, and then they'll play finals. I don't think they've got the depth in that lineup this year to be able to do so.
The run home for a team like Vermont is like they also. Both Bourne and Vermont are still yet to play the bottom 3 teams in this run towards the end.
The thing is, though, if Bourne were to win the flag at this stage, it would look like they'd have to win it from 4th or 5th, and that would mean they would have to play. They'd have to play 4 games
and win
4 games.
Edwin Flack Reserve as well, which they've lost this past weekend, and I don't know if they'd be too pleased with going back down there if they were to
travel.
make
Bit of travel now, probably.
It's a fair travel.
And not only that, they're not great on the big ground.
No,
this year they just haven't been able to cope with the run of other sides that have been able to play well on the big grounds.
Well, it validates my power rankings. I had them 7th just before this.
Yep, good call. Great stuff, Jared. And then Division 1. That was a crazy weekend at the Division 1 level with Norwood and Wantirna South just sneaking over the line.
How good is Norwood getting a win? I'm stoked.
They got close last week against Wantirna South, but they're finally able to get the chocolates here, right?
Well, it was interesting also talking to Paris Harvey. He was a big rat for Norwood.
Yeah,
he actually said that they had been so impressive, and he said in the next couple of years, watch out with their young kids coming through. They're going to be very, very good to play against. So he was very complimentary about Norwood and how they're going.
I know we've got to finish up pretty soon, but it might be a bit of a wake-up call for those sides coming up against them, those top sides. I think, potentially Mitcham walked into that game thinking they might just walk away with the 4 points quite comfortably. You never know. So
hopefully they can become Norwood of old,
Yeah,
hopefully,
could.
Fingers crossed, but we might start to close things out here. Of course, a big thanks once again to Blake Tennant, Ryan Long. I'm sure you're looking forward to tonight's AFL game and seeing Richmond go down to Carlton once again.
Thanks, Josh. And I think the Tigers will...
like they did to someone last week, a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
Collingwood, was it?
Yeah, that's right. We'll be competitive.
And Ryan, I think you said that Josh is going to have a couple of games as boundary rider.
He's just confirmed it, Dave.
Yes, I think that's a pretty good call there.
Oh, I heard the gossip that was already in place.
A couple of wet weeks on the boundary.
Josh's last call for the rest of the season.
Maybe I might go back to Northern or the Vafford.
Those are the small leagues.
Emily Mackay, great job on special comments. We'll hear you tomorrow out at Seebeck Oval for that match of the round between Rowville and Vermont.
Yes. That's it. Yes, you will. No pressure. Now I can't pull a sickie. That's all right. Thanks, Josh.
Paul Yukone on the Stats Centre and the Score Centre as well. Great job as always.
Thanks, Wardy. Thanks, guys. Great day out here.
Brett Davidson, spectacular job as always on special comments, but you're looking forward to your Sunday at home, no doubt.
I certainly am, and but I must admit, I was talking to Em at halftime, and I'm thoroughly enjoying the fact that in special comments, and not taking away from anyone else that I'm working with, but she does a sensational job in her analysis of the game of football, and I'm really enjoying working with her. And both you guys have been fantastic with the call today, so thank you for allowing me to be here.
And Jared Bainley, great job as always on the call. Pleasure to call this game alongside.
Always good to call with you, Josh.
Liam Megan Green from LKLM Media, fantastic job as always. That does us out here at Montrose Recreation Reserve. Park Orchards winners, 92-61.